Here is something strange to sit with before we go anywhere else tonight. In the year 1229, the city of Jerusalem changed hands. It passed from Muslim rule back into Christian hands after more than 40 years of Muslim control. And this happened during a crusade. A crusade, remember, is supposed to be a war. It is supposed to have sieges and burning oil and men shouting on ladders in the dark. It is supposed to end with a gate broken down and a city taken by force, the way it had been taken and retaken before. But this time none of that happened. No siege, no battle, no broken gate. Instead, Jerusalem was handed over quietly through a treaty written and signed by two men who had never intended to fight each other in the first place. One was a Holy Roman Emperor who had been excommunicated by his own pope. The other was a Muslim Sultan who needed an ally more than he needed a war. And somewhere between their letters, their translators, and their long, patient conversations, the holiest city in the Christian and Muslim world simply changed hands, the way a house changes hands between two neighbors who have finally agreed on a fair price. Tonight, we are going to sit with that story slowly, not to rush through the treaty and its terms, though we will get there. Mostly, we are going to spend time inside the ordinary days that surrounded it. The cold mornings on ships crossing the Mediterranean. The smell of ink and candle wax in a scribe's tent. The particular quiet of Jerusalem's streets when nobody quite knew who was in charge. We are going to imagine what it felt like to be alive then, in the middle of something that history would later call remarkable, without any of the people living through it knowing that yet. So settle in. Let your shoulders drop. There is nowhere else you need to be right now, and nothing here that needs your urgency. We have a long, quiet road ahead of us tonight, and I am glad you are here to walk it with me. Hey, welcome back, friend. If this is your first time here, I am glad you found your way to this fireplace of a channel. Get yourself settled. Maybe you are already under the blankets. Maybe you have a cup of something warm nearby. Maybe the lights are already down low. That is exactly where I want you to be. Nothing about tonight requires you to stay awake until the end. In fact, if you drift off somewhere in the middle of a sentence about 13th century harbor traffic, I will consider that a job well done. If you have been here before, you already know how this works. We are not here to be shocked or thrilled. We are here to slow down, to remember that ordinary people have always lived ordinary lives, even in the middle of events that later get called historic. Tonight we are visiting the world around the Sixth Crusade, in the early 13th century, when an emperor named Frederick II sailed toward the Holy Land under a cloud of controversy, and ended up doing something almost nobody expected. Before we step into that world, if you find some comfort in these long, slow histories, consider staying subscribed. It costs nothing. It helps me keep making these for you, and it means the next time your mind is racing at midnight, there will be another one of these waiting for you. There is no rush to do that now, though. Right now, just breathe and let's go back in time together. Let us step inside the year 1225 and start with a picture that has nothing to do with war at all. The boy who grew up between three worlds. I want you to imagine a boy of about 14, walking through the narrow streets of Palermo on the island of Sicily. It is early morning, the kind of morning where the heat has not yet arrived, and the stone underfoot still holds a little of the night's coolness. He is not dressed like a prince, not exactly. His clothes are simple, a little worn at the cuffs, because the regents who were supposed to be raising him have mostly left him to his own devices. This is Frederick, and one day he will be a Holy Roman Emperor, King of Sicily, King of Jerusalem, and the man who ends a crusade without a battle. But right now, he is just a boy with unusually sharp eyes, walking through a city that speaks 3 languages at once. Palermo in those years was a strange and wonderful mixing bowl. You would hear Greek spoken in one doorway, Arabic in the next, and the Sicilian dialect of Latin somewhere in between. The market sold spices that had traveled from ports in North Africa, and the Levant, cinnamon and pepper and dried lemon peel, alongside local olives and salted fish. If you walked past the royal stables, you might catch the scent of leather and horse sweat mixing with the perfume of orange blossoms from the palace gardens, because the Normans who had once conquered Sicily had inherited orchards planted generations earlier by Arab settlers, and nobody had bothered to tear them out. Why would you tear out something so useful? This is worth sitting with for a moment, because it explains so much of what came later. Frederick did not grow up hating the Muslim world the way some of his contemporaries did. He grew up inside a court where Arabic scholars discussed astronomy with Christian monks, where the royal menagerie included animals gifted by Muslim rulers, where falconry, a passion that would occupy Frederick his entire life, was taught to him partly through Arabic manuals on the subject that he later had translated and expanded himself. He would eventually write his own book on falconry, one of the more remarkable technical treatises to survive from the period, filled with careful observations about bird anatomy and behavior that read more like a naturalist's notebook than a nobleman's hobby. Picture this for a moment. The young boy sits on a low wall near the royal aviary in the late afternoon, a falcon hooded and still on his gloved wrist, while an older man, perhaps a falconer trained in the Arab tradition, explains in halting mixed language how to read the tension in the bird's shoulders before it decides to fly. There is no drama in this scene, no battle, no politics, just a boy learning to be patient with a creature that does not care about crowns or empires. But this patience, this willingness to sit quietly and observe before acting, would define the way Frederick approached nearly everything as an adult, including, eventually, an entire military campaign that he chose not to fight. It is easy for us now, sitting warm and comfortable centuries later, to imagine the Crusades as a single continuous story of holy war, one long clash between 2 civilizations that hated each other completely. But the reality on the ground was always messier and more human than that. Merchants from Genoa and Pisa traded quite happily with Muslim ports throughout the crusading period, because trade does not stop for ideology when there is money to be made. Treaties were signed and broken and signed again. Truces lasted years at a time, and rulers on both sides, when it suited them, treated their supposed enemies as potential allies against their actual rivals, who were very often their own co-religionists. Frederick would grow into exactly the kind of ruler who understood this, not because he lacked faith, though his enemies certainly accused him of that, but because he had spent his childhood inside a world where the line between Christian and Muslim was never as clean as the sermons back in Northern Europe made it sound. Let us leave him there for a moment, still a boy with a falcon on his wrist, and turn to the marriage that would eventually put Jerusalem itself into his hands, at least on paper. Because before there was ever a treaty with a sultan, there was a wedding, and that wedding is where our story really begins to take its shape. A crown by marriage. I want you to picture a harbor, this time the harbor at Brindisi, on the heel of the Italian boot, in November of the year 1225. The air would have been cool by then, carrying that particular late autumn dampness that gets into wool cloaks and never quite leaves until a fire dries them out. Ships had arrived from the eastern Mediterranean, their sails patched in places from the long crossing, their rigging creaking as sailors called out to each other in the rough, practical language of men who had spent weeks at sea. Among the passengers stepping down onto the stone quay was a young woman named Isabella II, though history often remembers her by the name Yolande. She was perhaps 13 or 14 years old. She was the Queen of Jerusalem, a title that by then meant something quite different than it had a century earlier, because the actual city of Jerusalem was not in Christian hands at all. It had been lost to Saladin back in 1187, and the kingdom that bore its name now ruled mostly over a scattering of coastal cities, Acre chief among them, clinging to the edge of the Mediterranean like a memory of something larger. Isabella had inherited her claim to this ghost of a kingdom through her mother, and now, at an age we would consider a child today, she was being married to Frederick, a man in his early 30s, in a ceremony designed entirely around politics rather than affection. This was simply how royal marriages worked in this period. Nobody involved pretended otherwise. The marriage gave Frederick a legal claim to the crown of Jerusalem, and it gave Isabella's family, and the barons of the Crusader states, an emperor's military weight behind their fragile kingdom. I want you to sit with how strange this must have felt from the inside. A teenage girl, raised largely in the Crusader states, arriving in Italy to marry a man she likely had never met, in order to transfer a claim to a city neither of them had ever set foot in. There would have been feasting, certainly, the kind of elaborate wedding banquet that royal courts used to project stability and wealth even when the underlying situation was fragile. Roasted meats carried out on long trestle tables, spiced wine warmed over braziers to cut the November chill, musicians playing on instruments that would sound almost unrecognizable to us now, all strings and reed pipes rather than anything resembling modern melody. But underneath the ceremony, there was something almost sad about it, if you let yourself notice. Isabella would die within 2 years of this marriage, shortly after giving birth to a son, having spent much of that brief time in what several accounts describe as an unhappy and restricted household. Frederick, upon marrying her, immediately began styling himself King of Jerusalem in his own right rather than simply as her husband, which was, by the customs of the time, a somewhat aggressive move that put strain on the marriage and on his relationship with Isabella's father, who had expected to retain more authority. This detail matters for our story, even though it is a quiet and somewhat uncomfortable one, because it tells us something important about Frederick as a person. He was, by nearly every account that survives, brilliant, curious, multilingual, endlessly interested in science and philosophy and the natural world. He was also capable of tremendous coldness when it came to using people, even his own wife, as instruments toward a larger goal. Historians have argued about him for 800 years now, and they still cannot quite agree on whether he was a visionary ahead of his time or simply a supremely gifted opportunist who happened to land on the right side of history in Jerusalem. Perhaps, as is so often true of complicated people, he was both. What matters for tonight is this. From the moment of that wedding in Brindisi, Frederick had a legal claim to a city he had never seen, ruled at that time by a sultan he had never met, and he had made a promise, back when he was crowned king of the Germans years earlier, that he would eventually lead a crusade to recover it. That promise had already gone unfulfilled for years, and the man waiting in Rome to hold him to it was growing very impatient indeed. Let us step into the next room of this story now, quietly, and meet the Pope who would eventually excommunicate an emperor for delaying a war, and then excommunicate him again for finally going and fighting it in the wrong way. A promise-delayed picture, if you will, a study in the papal palace sometime in the late 1220s. Candles burn low in iron holders along the walls, because even a pope's chambers were not immune to drafts, and the flames would have bent and flickered whenever a servant opened the heavy wooden door. There is the smell of parchment and wax, and somewhere underneath it, the faint mustiness of old stone that never quite dries out, even in summer. A man in his 60s sits at a writing table, dictating a letter to a scribe who dips his pen carefully, wiping the excess ink against the rim of a small clay pot before each new line. This is Pope Gregory IX, and the letter he is dictating is not a kind one. To understand why, we need to go back a little further, to a promise Frederick had made years before his marriage to Isabella. When he was crowned King of the Germans as a young man, and later when he sought coronation as Holy Roman Emperor, Frederick had sworn, as many rulers of the period did, that he would take up the cross and lead a crusade to the Holy Land. This was a serious vow. It was not the kind of promise a medieval ruler could simply forget about, because the entire legitimacy of a Christian monarch rested partly on being seen to honor commitments made to God and to the Church. But Frederick kept delaying. Year after year, there was always a reason. Sometimes it was genuine, a rebellion to put down in Sicily administrative reforms that needed his attention, the ordinary business of running a sprawling and complicated set of territories that stretched from the Baltic coast down through Germany and across to the Italian peninsula and the island of Sicily itself. Sometimes, if we are honest, the delays were simply Frederick prioritizing what interested him more, which very often meant his court in Sicily, his scientific correspondence, his falcons, his ongoing project of building one of the most intellectually curious royal courts in Europe, a place where Muslim, Jewish, and Christian scholars worked alongside each other translating texts on medicine, astronomy, and philosophy. I want you to imagine how this delay must have felt from Rome's perspective. Here was an emperor, arguably the most powerful secular ruler in Christendom, who had sworn a sacred oath and simply kept not fulfilling it. Letters went back and forth, increasingly sharp in tone. Legates were sent to press him. And finally, in 1227, Frederick did set sail from the port of Brindisi with a substantial fleet, seemingly ready at last to make good on his vow. And then, within days of departure, he turned back. The official reason was illness. An epidemic, likely some form of dysentery or fever, had swept through the crusading camp before departure and continued to afflict the fleet once at sea, killing a significant number of soldiers and even a nobleman of some importance who had been traveling with Frederick. Frederick himself became seriously ill and made the decision to return to shore rather than continue the voyage in that condition. From a purely practical standpoint, this seems like a reasonable choice. Leading a military campaign while gravely ill, aboard ships already thinned by disease, does not sound like a recipe for success. But Pope Gregory did not see it that way, or chose not to. He had grown deeply suspicious of Frederick's repeated delays, and this latest turnaround, illness or not, was the final straw. In September of 1227, Gregory excommunicated Frederick. Let us sit with what excommunication actually meant in this period, because it is easy for those of us in 2026 to hear the word and think of it as simply a stern label, a bit of religious paperwork. It was far more serious than that. An excommunicated ruler was, in the eyes of the Church, cut off from the sacraments. His subjects could, in theory, be released from obligations of loyalty to him. Other Christian rulers might use his excommunicated status as justification to move against him. It was a genuine political and spiritual crisis, not a minor scandal. And here is where the story becomes almost absurd if you let yourself notice it. Frederick, now excommunicated, decided the following year, in 1228, to go ahead and actually sail for the Holy Land anyway. Illness resolved, fleet reassembled. He was going to lead a crusade. Except he was doing so as an excommunicated man, which meant that in the strictest sense, he had no business leading a holy war at all. Some of his own crusading companions were uneasy about fighting alongside, let alone under the command of, a ruler formally cut off from the Church. Pope Gregory, for his part, was so opposed to the whole endeavor that he sent letters ahead to the Christian communities in the Holy Land, warning them against cooperating with Frederick, and even sent forces to attack Frederick's territories in Sicily and southern Italy while he was away, hoping to weaken him at home while he was occupied abroad. I want you to imagine what this must have felt like for the ordinary soldiers and pilgrims boarding those ships in 1228. They believed, most of them sincerely, that they were embarking on a sacred mission to reclaim the holiest city in their faith. And yet the man leading them had been formally rejected by the very institution that was supposed to bless such an undertaking. There must have been quiet conversations below decks, murmured over cups of watered wine, about whether this whole voyage carried some kind of curse, whether God would even honor the effort of an excommunicated commander, whether they were fools for going at all. And yet they went, thousands of them, because faith, even complicated and contradictory faith, still pulled people toward Jerusalem the way it always had. Let us follow them now, out onto the water, and spend some time inside the slow, rocking days of a 13th century sea voyage, the kind of detail that rarely makes it into the history books, but that shaped every single day these people lived through on their way to a city none of them could yet imagine entering peacefully. Life aboard the fleet. Let us step aboard one of these ships, quietly, and imagine the days as they actually passed. A 13th century crusading vessel was nothing like the great sailing ships that would come centuries later. Many of the ships used to carry crusaders across the Mediterranean were what were called round ships, wide-bellied vessels built for cargo as much as passengers, with a single large square sail and a crew who worked the rigging by hand, calling out rhythms to each other as they hauled ropes thick with tar and salt. Below decks, space was tight. Soldiers, pilgrims, horses, barrels of salted meat and hardtack, casks of water and wine, all packed together in a hold that smelled overwhelmingly of brine, animal sweat, and the particular mustiness of wet wood that never fully dried. I want you to imagine waking up on one of these ships in the gray hour just before dawn. The motion of the sea is constant, a low rolling sway that either lulls you or makes you ill, depending entirely on your constitution, and there is no controlling which kind of person you turn out to be until you are already out on the water and it is too late to go back. Above you, footsteps thud across the deck as the night watch changes over, sailors moving with the particular economical steps of men who have learned exactly how much space they have and exactly how not to trip over a coiled rope in the dark. Food aboard ship was monotonous by necessity. There was no cooking fire large enough, nor fuel plentiful enough, to prepare elaborate meals for hundreds of people day after day. A hardtack, a dense, unleavened bread baked hard enough to survive weeks of storage, was a staple, often so tough that soldiers would soak it in wine or broth just to make it chewable. Salted or dried meat, usually pork or fish, provided protein, though by the third or fourth week at sea, it would have taken on a strong, almost overwhelming saltiness that some accounts describe soldiers trying to counteract by soaking the meat overnight in seawater, which sounds paradoxical until you remember that the goal was simply to draw out some of the salt before eating it. Fresh water was rationed carefully, stored in wooden casks that inevitably grew a faint sour taste after enough days at sea, and wine, often watered down, was sometimes safer to drink than the water itself, since the alcohol content helped guard against the illnesses that spoiled water could carry. Picture this for a moment. The group of soldiers, men who back home might have been farmers or blacksmiths, or the younger sons of minor nobility with no land to inherit, sitting cross-legged on the deck in the mild evening air, passing a shared skin of watered wine between them, gnawing on softened hardtack, talking quietly about home. Someone might have a small wooden flute, worn smooth from handling, and play a simple, repetitive tune that carried over the sound of water against the hull. There would have been laughter sometimes, the ordinary laughter of young men far from home trying to keep their spirits up, and there would have been long silences too, the kind that settle over a group of people when everyone privately knows they might not survive what is ahead, but nobody wants to say so out loud. Seasickness was a constant companion for many, and it is worth remembering that this was centuries before anyone understood why it happened, let alone how to treat it. Some sailors and pilgrims chewed on dried ginger root, a remedy that had made its way along trade routes from Asia and was genuinely known, even then, to help settle a churning stomach. Others simply endured it, lying miserable in the dim hold, listening to the creak of timber and the distant shouted commands from above, waiting for their bodies to adjust or for the voyage to end, whichever came first. There was also the simple boredom of a long sea crossing, a kind of boredom that is almost impossible for us to fully imagine now, surrounded as we are by constant stimulation. Days would pass with nothing to look at but water in every direction, the horizon unbroken except for the occasional distant sail of another ship in the fleet, or a flock of seabirds that had followed the vessels out from the coast, hoping for scraps thrown overboard. Men occupied themselves mending equipment, sharpening blades that had already been sharpened a dozen times, playing simple dice games, or listening to one of the clergy traveling with the fleet read aloud from scripture or recount stories of earlier crusades, the successes exaggerated a little in the retelling, as such stories always are. I want you to notice, too, the particular quality of nighttime on these ships. Without the glow of any city lights for hundreds of miles in any direction, and long before anyone could imagine such a thing as electric light at all, the night sky over the Mediterranean would have been extraordinary, dense with stars in a way that most of us watching this tonight, from wherever you are, will likely never see. Sailors navigated partly by these stars, and partly by dead reckoning, tracking speed and direction with tools that seem almost impossibly simple to us now. A compass, a length of knotted rope for measuring speed, and generations of accumulated practical knowledge passed down from more experienced hands to younger ones. Frederick himself, we know from surviving accounts, brought along on this journey an entourage that reflected his particular interests even in the midst of a religious campaign. He traveled with scholars, with translators fluent in Arabic, and reportedly with animals for his menagerie, a detail that tells you something about a man who could not entirely separate his curiosity about the world from even his most solemn undertakings. While other crusading leaders in history had sailed east focused narrowly on the military and religious objective ahead of them, Frederick seems to have viewed the entire journey, and indeed the entire campaign, through a wider lens, one that included diplomacy, scholarship, and a genuine interest in the civilizations he was sailing toward, rather than viewing them purely as enemies to be defeated. This detail matters more than it might seem to at first, because it foreshadows everything that would happen once the fleet finally reached the shores of the Holy Land. A different kind of commander, one who saw the world purely in terms of Christian versus Muslim, holy versus unholy, might never have arrived at the kind of peaceful resolution that this crusade eventually produced. But Frederick was not that kind of commander, whatever else you might say about him, and the seeds of a peaceful outcome were already present in the man standing at the rail of his ship, watching the coastline of the Levant slowly rise up out of the haze on the horizon. Let us follow that coastline now, and step onto solid ground again, into the port city of Acre, the beating, crowded heart of what remained of the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. The city of Acre, I want you to imagine arriving at Acre by ship, the way Frederick and his fleet did in September of 1228, the harbor opening up before you after weeks of nothing but open water. Acre, by this point in the 13th century, had become the true capital of what remained of the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, even though the kingdom still carried Jerusalem's name. The actual city of Jerusalem had been lost decades earlier, and so the political and commercial life of the Christian territories in the Levant had concentrated instead in this busy coastal city, walled and fortified, its harbor crowded with the ships of merchants from Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, each of those Italian trading powers maintaining their own quarters within the city, complete with their own churches, warehouses, and internal governance. Almost like small independent territories stitched into the larger fabric of Acre itself. Picture the noise of it first, because that is often what strikes a traveler before anything else. The shouted bargaining of merchants along the harbor front, the creak and thud of cargo being unloaded from ships, barrels of wine and bolts of silk and sacks of spices that had traveled impossibly long distances to arrive here, at this particular meeting point between East and West. Languages overlapped constantly, Italian dialects mixing with French, the local Arabic of the surrounding countryside, Greek from Byzantine traders, and Latin from the clergy who moved between the churches and monasteries scattered throughout the city. If you closed your eyes and simply listened, you would have had a hard time guessing exactly where in the world you stood, because Acre sounded like nowhere else and everywhere else all at once. The streets themselves were narrow, as most medieval city streets were, built that way partly for defense and partly simply because land within the walls was precious, and nobody wasted space on wide boulevards. Buildings rose 2 and 3 stories on either side, often built from the pale local stone, their upper floors sometimes projecting out slightly over the street below, close enough in places that you could imagine neighbors passing small items across the gap between windows, without ever needing to go outside. The air would have carried a mixture of smells that shifted depending on which street you walked down: roasting meat near the market stalls, the sharper tang of tanning leather in the artisan quarters, incense drifting from church doorways, and always, underneath everything, the salt smell of the harbor itself. Daily life for the ordinary residents of Acre, the shopkeepers and craftsmen and dock workers who were not knights or nobles at all, followed rhythms that had less to do with crusading politics than with the simple necessities of getting through a day. Bakers would have been up well before dawn, working their ovens to have fresh bread ready for the morning trade, the smell of it drifting through the streets and probably doing more to define the actual daily experience of living in Acre than any council of war ever did. Water carriers moved through the streets with jugs balanced on their shoulders or slung from yokes, since not every household had its own well, and this water had to be hauled, often multiple times a day, from public cisterns or wells to homes and shops throughout the city. I want you to imagine a woman, perhaps the wife of a moderately prosperous merchant, moving through her morning routine in a house not far from the harbor. She rises before the heat of the day sets in, tends to a small charcoal brazier to warm bread and prepare a simple morning meal, perhaps flatbread with olive oil, maybe some dried fruit if the household could afford it, brought in on the very trade ships whose creaking timbers she could hear from her window. Her children, if she had them, would be sent to fetch water or run errands to nearby stalls, weaving through crowds of sailors and pilgrims and soldiers who had nothing to do with her household at all, but who filled the streets regardless, because Acre by this period had become a crossroads through which almost everyone bound for the Holy Land eventually passed. It is worth pausing here to reflect on something that is easy to forget when we think about the Crusades only in terms of armies and kings. For most people living in Acre, the arrival of yet another crusading fleet, even one carrying an emperor, was not necessarily a moment of great excitement. It was, in many ways, simply more of the same. Fleets had come and gone for over a century by this point. Nobles had arrived with grand promises and departed having accomplished little, or having quarreled bitterly with the local barons, who actually had to live with the consequences of decisions made by visiting crusaders, who would eventually sail home. There was among the established population of the Crusader states a kind of weary practicality about all of this, a sense that they had seen enough emperors and legates and holy vows to be cautiously skeptical of any of them actually changing their daily reality for the better. And Frederick's arrival, as it turned out, would prove more complicated than most, precisely because of that excommunication hanging over him. When he stepped ashore at Acre, he did not receive the kind of celebratory welcome one might imagine for a crusading emperor arriving to liberate the Holy Land. Instead, there was hesitation. The local clergy, following Pope Gregory's instructions, were wary of fully supporting him. Some of the military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, whose fortresses and resources formed the backbone of the Crusader state's defenses, were divided in their loyalties, uncertain whether to follow an excommunicated emperor's command or to hold back and see how things developed. It was, in short, an awkward and uncertain homecoming for a man who had crossed an entire sea to lead a holy war, only to find that a significant portion of the very people he had come to lead were unsure whether they were permitted to follow him at all. I want you to sit with how strange that must have felt, both for Frederick and for the ordinary soldiers who had sailed with him expecting clarity, and instead found themselves standing on the docks of Acre in a kind of spiritual and political limbo. There is something quietly human in that confusion, something that feels very far from the clean, decisive narratives we often tell about the Crusades. Real history, as it turns out, is almost always messier than the stories we tell about it afterward, and Acre in the autumn of 1228 was messy indeed. But while Frederick navigated this uncertain welcome among his own supposed allies, something else was happening, far to the south, in the palaces and gardens of Cairo, where a very different ruler was watching events unfold with interest of his own. Let us travel there now and meet the man who would eventually become Frederick's negotiating partner, a sultan named al-Kamil, and the world he inhabited. The Sultan of Cairo. Let us step now into a very different world, though not nearly as different as you might expect. Al-Kamil was the nephew of the great Saladin, the very ruler who had recaptured Jerusalem from Christian hands back in 1187, and by the late 1220s, al-Kamil had become the Ayyubid Sultan of Egypt, ruling from Cairo, one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in the entire medieval world at that time. I want you to imagine Cairo itself for a moment, because it helps explain the mind of the man who ran it. This was a city of perhaps several 100,000 people, a staggering figure for the period, home to bustling markets that sold goods from as far away as India and China, filtering in through Red Sea trade routes, alongside local produce from the endlessly fertile fields along the Nile. Picture the palace quarter in the early morning, before the heat of the day had fully settled in. The fountains, an engineering marvel that many European visitors found almost unbelievable, kept courtyards cool, and filled the air with the gentle, constant sound of moving water. Gardens planted with citrus trees and fragrant herbs surrounded the buildings where administrators, scholars, and religious scholars conducted the daily business of running an empire that stretched across Egypt and into parts of Syria and Palestine. Al-Kamil, like Frederick, was known for his intellectual curiosity, and his court included scholars of medicine, astronomy, and law, men who debated philosophy in much the same way that Frederick's own court back in Sicily did, though of course neither ruler likely thought of the similarity in quite those terms at the time. Al-Kamil's position, however, was far more precarious than a simple description of Cairo's grandeur might suggest, and this precariousness turns out to be the single most important key to understanding why the Sixth Crusade ended the way it did. the Ayyubid Empire that Saladin had built was not a single unified state passed down cleanly from ruler to ruler. It was in practice a loose confederation of territories controlled by different members of Saladin's extended family, each ruling his own city or region, nominally cooperating but very often competing, sometimes bitterly, for power and resources. Al-Kamil ruled Egypt from Cairo. His brother al-Muazzam ruled Damascus and much of the Syrian interior, including, crucially, a claim of authority over Jerusalem itself. The two brothers did not get along particularly well, and by the late 1220s, their rivalry had become a serious political problem, one that threatened al-Kamil's own security far more immediately than any crusading fleet sailing from Italy did. I want you to sit with this for a moment, because it reorganizes the entire story we are telling tonight. We tend to imagine the Crusades as a conflict with two clean sides, Christian versus Muslim, and every individual sorted neatly into one camp or the other. But al-Kamil, sitting in his palace in Cairo, was far more worried about his own brother in Damascus than he was about a Christian emperor arriving with a fleet that was, by any honest military assessment, not actually large enough to pose a serious threat to Egypt itself. Al-Kamil had, in fact, previously reached out to European powers on more than one occasion, seeking alliances against his own family rivals, a detail that surprises many people hearing this story for the first time. Several years before Frederick's arrival, during an earlier crusading campaign against Egypt itself, al-Kamil had actually offered to hand over Jerusalem to Christian forces in exchange for peace, an offer that the crusading leadership at the time had rejected, largely due to internal disagreements among the Christian commanders about whether the offer could be trusted or whether it was wiser to press on and try to conquer Egypt outright. The decision that ultimately ended in a costly and humiliating defeat for the Crusaders at that time. Al-Kamil, in other words, had already shown a genuine willingness to trade Jerusalem for peace and security, years before Frederick ever set foot in the region. This is a detail that rarely makes it into popular retellings of the Sixth Crusade, but it matters enormously, because it tells us that the eventual treaty was not some unprecedented miracle that Frederick alone conjured through his personal brilliance. It was, in many ways, the continuation of an offer al-Kamil had already been willing to make, adjusted now to fit a new set of circumstances and a new set of family politics. Let me describe for you what daily life might have looked like for a mid-level administrator in al-Kamil's court, someone perhaps overseeing correspondence and diplomatic messages, because this is the sort of person whose quiet, careful work made the eventual treaty possible, even though history rarely remembers his name. Imagine this man rising before dawn, performing his morning prayers, then making his way through streets already stirring with early activity, water sellers calling out as they moved through the neighborhoods with skins of fresh water slung over their shoulders, the smell of bread baking in communal ovens drifting from bakeries that served entire neighborhoods, rather than individual households. He would arrive at the palace complex, passing through courtyards where scribes sat cross-legged on cushions, documents spread before them on low wooden desks, ink pots and reed pens arranged with the careful precision of men whose entire professional lives depended on legible, accurate handwriting. His work that day might involve reviewing correspondence that had arrived from Damascus, perhaps carrying news of his brother al-Muazzam's latest maneuvers, or drafting careful, diplomatically worded letters intended for Christian representatives in Acre, letters that had to walk an extremely delicate line, firm enough to protect Egyptian interests, but open enough to keep the possibility of negotiation alive. Every word in such correspondence would have been chosen with enormous care, because in an age before rapid communication, a poorly worded letter might take weeks to be clarified or corrected, weeks during which misunderstandings could harden into real conflict. I want you to imagine, too, the physical experience of producing these documents. Paper by this period was widely used throughout the Islamic world, having been adopted from Chinese paper-making techniques centuries earlier and manufactured extensively in cities like Damascus and Baghdad, in contrast to much of Christian Europe at the same time, where parchment made from animal skin remained the dominant writing material for important documents. This meant that the Egyptian and Syrian administrative machinery handling this diplomacy was, in some practical respects, more efficient and better resourced for the sheer volume of correspondence that careful diplomacy requires than their European counterparts were. The scribe working on such a letter would grind his own ink from a solid block, mixing it carefully with water in a small stone dish, testing the reed pen's nib against a scrap of paper before committing to the final draft, because a badly cut nib could ruin an otherwise carefully composed letter with an unwanted blot or a scratchy, illegible line. This was slow, careful, deliberate work, and it stands in such contrast to the way we imagine history moving, in dramatic leaps from battle to battle, when in truth so much of what actually shaped outcomes like the Treaty of Jaffa happened in exactly this kind of quiet room, with exactly this kind of patient, unglamorous labor. Let us pause here and reflect for a moment on how different this world was from our own. We live now in 2026, in a time when a message can cross the entire distance between Cairo and Sicily in less time than it takes to finish reading this sentence. For al-Kamil and Frederick, a single exchange of letters could take weeks, sometimes months, depending on weather, the availability of ships or messengers, and the simple unpredictability of travel across land and sea in an age before any kind of mechanized transportation existed at all. And yet, despite this slowness, or perhaps because of it, the negotiations that would eventually produce the Treaty of Jaffa proceeded with a patience and thoroughness that feels almost foreign to us now, accustomed as we are to instant replies and rapid escalation. Let us return now to Acre, where Frederick, despite the awkwardness of his excommunicated welcome, had already begun reaching out toward Cairo, resuming a diplomatic conversation that, as we now understand, al-Kamil had in some sense already been quietly open to having. The slow work of diplomacy now, I should clarify something here, gently, because it matters for the picture we are building. By the time Frederick arrived in the Holy Land in 1228, al-Kamil was not actually sitting comfortably in Cairo at all. He had moved his court and his army north into Palestine because his conflict with his brother al-Muazzam had escalated, and he needed to be closer to the contested territory. As it happened, al-Muazzam died in late 1227, shortly before Frederick's fleet even arrived, which removed one immediate source of tension but replaced it with a new and equally pressing one, because al-Muazzam's son and heir now controlled Damascus, and al-Kamil, along with another brother named al-Ashraf, who ruled territories further east, began maneuvering to bring Damascus under their own control instead. This detail matters enormously because it means that when Frederick and al-Kamil began their negotiations in earnest, al-Kamil's attention and resources were significantly occupied by this internal Ayyubid power struggle over Damascus. A Christian emperor with a modest fleet and army was, from al-Kamil's perspective, a manageable and perhaps even useful complication, someone who might be neutralized through negotiation, while al-Kamil focused his real military energy on securing his family's succession dispute. Jerusalem itself, meanwhile, was of somewhat limited strategic value to al-Kamil specifically. It was not heavily fortified at this point. Its walls had in fact been deliberately dismantled years earlier by al-Muazzam himself, who feared that if Christian forces recaptured the city's strong walls would make it too difficult to take back again. A dismantled, sparsely defended holy city was, from a purely military calculation, not worth risking a costly war against a Christian emperor over, especially not while more pressing family business over Damascus demanded attention. I want you to imagine the messengers who carried word between these two camps during this period, because their work, though rarely remembered, was genuinely essential to everything that followed. The messenger riding between Frederick's camp and al-Kamil's would have traveled along dusty roads through hill country, past olive groves and small stone villages, where farmers watched these riders pass with the particular wariness that ordinary people reserve for anyone connected to distant powers, whose decisions might upend their lives without warning. The messenger would carry sealed letters, protected in leather satchels, and would need safe conduct guarantees from both sides, because even during active negotiations, the countryside remained unpredictable, with local raiding parties or undisciplined soldiers on either side capable of causing trouble regardless of what their leaders had agreed to. One figure who looms large in the actual negotiations was an emir named Fakhr ad-Din, a trusted advisor of al-Kamil who had, remarkably, spent time in Frederick's own court back in Sicily years earlier, during an earlier diplomatic exchange. This meant that when Fakhr ad-Din arrived to negotiate on al-Kamil's behalf, he was not a stranger to Frederick at all, but someone with whom Frederick had already built a rapport, someone who understood Frederick's temperament, his intellectual interests, even his sense of humor, in a way that made the entire negotiating process smoother than it might otherwise have been. In contemporary accounts, admittedly written by observers on both sides who had their own biases and agendas, describe a genuine warmth between Frederick and Fakhr ad-Din, conversations that ranged well beyond the strict business of treaty terms into shared interests in astronomy, philosophy, and the natural sciences. I want you to imagine an evening during this period of negotiation, in a tent somewhere in the hill country between Acre and Jerusalem, candles or oil lamps casting a warm, unsteady light against canvas walls. Frederick and Fakhr ad-Din sit across from each other, perhaps on cushions arranged on a carpet laid over the bare ground, a low table between them holding cups of something warm, and around them, translators wait quietly at the edges of the light, ready to render each man's words into a language the other could understand, though by some accounts Frederick himself had at least some working knowledge of Arabic, a skill picked up during his childhood in the polyglot court of Sicily, which would have allowed at least some portions of these conversations to happen without needing a third party at all. Picture the patience this kind of exchange required. Every proposal, every counter-proposal, had to be carefully translated, considered, discussed among advisors on each side, and then carried back with a response, sometimes taking days simply to move a single idea from one camp to the other and receive a reply. There was no possibility of a quick back-and-forth conversation, the way we might imagine a modern negotiation happening. Instead, this was diplomacy conducted at the pace of horses and camels, at the pace of careful, considered letters, at the pace of men who understood that rushing a delicate negotiation risked collapsing it entirely. Let us reflect for a moment on how foreign this pace feels to those of us living now, in an age of instant messages and immediate replies. There is something almost meditative about imagining these negotiations unfolding over weeks and months rather than days, each side given ample time to consider, to consult advisors, to sleep on a proposal before committing to a response. Perhaps there is something we have lost in our rush toward instant communication, some of that deliberate patience that allowed two men from entirely different worlds to slowly, carefully, build enough trust to end a war without a single battle being fought. The negotiations were not without their tensions, of course. Al-Kamil faced pressure from religious scholars and local Muslim leaders who were deeply uncomfortable with the idea of surrendering Jerusalem, a city sacred to Islam as well as to Christianity, home to the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, sites of enormous religious significance. Handing over such a city to a Christian ruler, even under carefully negotiated terms, was not a popular or easy decision, and al-Kamil would have needed to weigh this religious and political cost carefully against the practical benefits of neutralizing Frederick's crusade and freeing his own attention for the more pressing matter of Damascus. Frederick, meanwhile, faced his own pressures. As an excommunicated ruler, he lacked the full support of the Christian clergy in the region, and some of the military orders remained hesitant to fully back his campaign. A negotiated settlement offered him a way to claim a genuine historic achievement, the recovery of Jerusalem, without needing to rely on a military force that was, honestly, not large enough to guarantee victory in an actual siege. It also offered him a path back into the Church's good graces, or at least a strong argument that his excommunication had been unjust, since he would have accomplished exactly what a crusading emperor was supposed to accomplish, just through negotiation rather than conquest. Let us pause here and imagine, for a moment, the perspective of an ordinary soldier in Frederick's camp during these weeks of slow negotiation. He did not know the details of what was being discussed in those tents. He knew only that weeks were passing, that there was no fighting, and that rumors circulated constantly through the camp about what might be happening, some hopeful, some deeply skeptical. Imagine him sitting by a campfire in the evening, the smoke curling up into a darkening sky, passing time with other soldiers mending equipment or telling stories of home, waiting for word of what their emperor and this Muslim sultan's representatives had decided about the fate of the city they had sailed so far to see. There would have been boredom in this waiting, certainly, the particular restless boredom of soldiers with nothing to do but wait for their leaders to decide their fate. There would also, I think, have been a quiet and growing hope among at least some of them, a sense that perhaps, against all expectation, they might actually see Jerusalem without ever needing to draw a sword at all. Let us turn now to that city itself, Jerusalem, and spend some time imagining what daily life looked like there during these very years. In a city held loosely by Muslim authorities, its walls torn down, its population a careful mixture of Muslim, Christian, and Jewish residents, all of them living inside a holy place whose ownership was, at that very moment, being quietly decided in tents and letters many miles away. The quiet city let us step inside Jerusalem now, in those years just before the treaty, and imagine what an ordinary day looked like there. The city, remember, no longer had proper defensive walls. Al-Muazzam had ordered them torn down years earlier, and so Jerusalem in this period had an oddly open quality to it, unlike the tightly walled cities that dominated so much of medieval urban life elsewhere. I want you to imagine walking toward the city from the surrounding hills, the way a pilgrim or a merchant might have in the late 1220s, and seeing not an imposing fortified silhouette, but something gentler, more exposed, its rooftops and domes visible from a greater distance than they would have been behind tall stone walls. The population of Jerusalem during this period was modest compared to its earlier peaks, and it was religiously mixed, home to Muslim residents who tended the holy sites on the Temple Mount, small Christian communities who maintained certain churches under agreements with the Muslim authorities, and a Jewish population as well, whose presence in the city had waxed and waned over the centuries depending on which rulers controlled it, and how tolerant or restrictive those rulers chose to be. This was, in other words, not a simple story of one faith holding the city while another was locked out entirely. Jerusalem in this era was layered, complicated, home to people of different faiths navigating a shared sacred geography with varying degrees of tension, and at other times, surprising cooperation. I want you to imagine an early morning in the city during this period, the call to prayer rising from the direction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, its rhythmic, ancient sound carrying across rooftops still cool from the night air. In another part of the city, church bells, quieter and fewer than they might once have been, marked the hours for the small Christian communities still maintaining a presence there under the terms of whatever arrangement currently governed such things. These two sounds, the call to prayer and the ringing of bells, would have overlapped at times, a genuine sonic reminder that this city belonged, in the deepest sense, to more than one faith at once, regardless of which political authority claimed to govern it on any given year. Daily life for the residents who remained continued much as daily life always does, regardless of which flag, so to speak, flew over a city. Bakers rose before dawn to prepare bread. Farmers from the surrounding countryside brought produce, olives, grapes, wheat, into the city to sell in modest markets that had none of the grandeur of Cairo's bazaars, but served the practical needs of a much smaller population. Water remained a constant preoccupation, as it always was in this arid region, with residents relying on cisterns that had been carved and maintained for centuries, some dating back to periods of the city's history far older than either Christianity or Islam. Picture an elderly caretaker of one of the holy sites on the Temple Mount, a man who had spent decades of his life tending to the space, sweeping its courtyards, maintaining its lamps, present through multiple changes of political control, without his own daily responsibilities changing very much at all. For a man like this, the question of whether Jerusalem belonged to a Muslim sultan or a Christian emperor was, in the most immediate practical sense, secondary to the unchanging rhythm of his own daily work, lighting lamps at dusk, sweeping courtyards at dawn, tending to a sacred space that had outlasted every ruler who had ever claimed it and would, in all likelihood, outlast whatever arrangement Frederick and al-Kamil were currently negotiating many miles away. I want you to sit with this thought for a moment, because it offers a kind of quiet comfort if you let it. Empires rise and treaties are signed, and armies march back and forth across contested ground, and yet somewhere in the middle of all that upheaval, an old man still sweeps a courtyard every morning because the courtyard needs sweeping, and the lamps still need oil because darkness still falls every single night regardless of who claims to rule the city. There is something deeply human in that continuity, something that persists underneath even the most dramatic historical events, and it is exactly this kind of quiet, unremarked persistence that we are trying to notice tonight, rather than only the grand sweep of kings and sultans. The small Christian population remaining in Jerusalem during this period lived under terms that had been negotiated with previous Muslim rulers, generally allowing them access to certain churches, including portions of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, one of the most sacred sites in all of Christianity, believed to mark the location of the crucifixion and burial of Jesus. Pilgrims had, in fact, continued to visit Jerusalem even during the decades of Muslim control following Saladin's reconquest, because Saladin himself and the Ayyubid rulers who followed him had generally permitted Christian pilgrimage to continue under negotiated arrangements, understanding perhaps that the economic and diplomatic value of allowing pilgrims to visit outweighed the benefits of a total prohibition. I want you to imagine one such pilgrim arriving in Jerusalem some years before Frederick's arrival, having traveled an enormous distance, perhaps from England or France, driven by a lifelong devotion that had finally found the resources and the opportunity to make this journey. Picture the moment such a person first laid eyes on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, having imagined this exact site for years, perhaps decades, only to finally stand before it in person. There would have been an overwhelming emotional weight to that moment, tears perhaps, a kind of trembling awe that had nothing at all to do with the political arrangements governing the city, and everything to do with a lifetime of faith finally arriving at its destination. This is worth remembering as we continue tonight's story, because it helps explain why the eventual treaty mattered so much to so many people, beyond the strict political calculations of emperors and sultans. For ordinary Christian pilgrims and residents, having Jerusalem restored to Christian political control carried enormous symbolic and emotional weight, even though, as we have already seen, pilgrimage itself had continued in various forms even under Muslim rule. The treaty Frederick was negotiating was not primarily about practical access to holy sites, which had already existed in some form. It was about something more symbolic, more deeply felt, a restoration of Christian sovereignty over a city that occupied an outsized place in the religious imagination of an entire civilization. Let us reflect for a moment on how strange and layered this makes the whole story. Jerusalem in the late 1220s was a city that mattered enormously in the abstract, in sermons and songs and the deep collective memory of European Christendom, and yet the actual daily texture of life within its walls, or rather within its absent walls, continued in a much quieter, more mixed, more practically negotiated way than the grand religious rhetoric back in Europe might have suggested. It is a pattern that repeats throughout history, again and again. The symbolic importance of a place, as understood from a great distance, rarely matches the complicated, lived reality of the people who actually reside there. Let us now return to the negotiating tenets between Frederick and al-Kamil's representatives, because after weeks of careful, patient diplomacy, the shape of an actual agreement was finally beginning to emerge, and it is worth walking slowly through exactly what that agreement contained. The Treaty of Jaffa let us walk through the terms of this agreement slowly, the way its drafters must have walked through them themselves, clause by careful clause, in the winter of 1228 into 1229. The agreement, which came to be known as the Treaty of Jaffa, named for the coastal city, where much of the final negotiation and signing took place, granted Jerusalem back to Christian control, along with a corridor of land connecting the city to the coast, ensuring that pilgrims and supplies could travel safely between Jerusalem and the port cities without needing to cross hostile territory. This corridor included several other towns of religious significance as well, Bethlehem and Nazareth among them, extending the practical and symbolic reach of the agreement well beyond the walls, or rather the absent walls, of Jerusalem itself. But the treaty was far more nuanced than a simple handover, and this nuance is really the heart of why it worked at all. The Temple Mount, the sacred plateau containing the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, remained under Muslim religious authority, even though the surrounding city passed to Christian political control. Muslims retained the right to worship at these sites, and Muslim religious officials continued to administer them. This was in effect a kind of shared sovereignty, unusual and delicate, an arrangement that acknowledged Jerusalem's significance to both faiths simultaneously, rather than insisting that only one religion could claim the city entirely. I want you to sit with how remarkable this compromise actually was, particularly for its time. We are used to imagining medieval religious conflicts as zero-sum affairs, one faith winning completely while the other loses completely. And yet here, in this treaty, two rulers from opposing faiths negotiated an arrangement that deliberately preserved space for both religious communities to maintain their most sacred practices within the very same city, on the very same sacred ground in some cases. It required both Frederick and al-Kamil to accept something less than total victory, something that satisfied neither side completely, but that both could live with, and perhaps that particular quality, the willingness of both leaders to accept an imperfect but workable compromise rather than holding out for total triumph, is the single most important ingredient in the entire story. The treaty also included a truce, a formal cessation of hostilities between the Crusader states and the Ayyubid Sultanate, set to last for 10 years, a genuinely long period of peace by the standards of the region's recent history, during which neither side would build new fortifications or engage in aggressive military action against the other. This truce mattered enormously beyond just Jerusalem itself, because it offered a genuine period of stability for ordinary residents throughout the region, merchants who could now trade with greater confidence, farmers who could plant crops without the immediate fear of raiding parties destroying their fields, pilgrims who could travel the roads between coastal cities and Jerusalem with considerably reduced risk. Picture for a moment a farmer working land somewhere between Acre and Jerusalem, land that had likely changed hands, or at least changed which army patrolled nearby more than once in his own lifetime. For this man, the practical meaning of the Treaty of Jaffa was not abstract theology about who controlled the Temple Mount. It was quite simply whether he could plant his fields this season with reasonable confidence that an army would not trample through them before harvest, whether his family could sleep without the particular tension that comes from living in genuinely contested territory. 10 years of truce, however imperfect, however politically fragile, represented a real and tangible gift to people like this farmer, a gift that mattered far more immediately to his daily life than the grander symbolic questions being debated by clergy back in Rome or scholars in Cairo. There were, of course, critics of the treaty on both sides, and it is worth sitting with their objections for a moment too, because they help us understand just how controversial this peaceful resolution actually was in its own time, contrary to how neatly it might seem to us now, looking back from a comfortable distance. On the Muslim side, many religious scholars and local leaders were deeply unhappy with the surrender of Jerusalem, viewing it as a betrayal of the sacrifices made by Saladin and previous generations of Muslim warriors who had fought to reclaim the city in the first place. Al-Kamil faced genuine criticism and resistance for this decision, and some contemporary Muslim chroniclers wrote about the treaty with real bitterness, viewing it as a shameful concession driven by al-Kamil's political convenience rather than genuine necessity. The fact that Jerusalem's walls remained dismantled under the treaty, meaning the city could not easily be defended if Christian forces sought to fortify and hold it permanently, was sometimes cited as a small consolation, a sign that al-Kamil had not given up everything, that the city remained militarily vulnerable and could, in theory, be retaken again if circumstances changed. On the Christian side, criticism came from a different direction entirely. Many crusaders and clergy felt that a negotiated settlement, achieved without any real battle, was somehow less legitimate, less glorious than a proper military conquest would have been. There was, among certain segments of crusading culture, an expectation that recovering the Holy Land should involve genuine bloodshed and sacrifice, that this was, in some sense, the entire spiritual point of a crusade, and a peaceful treaty negotiated by an excommunicated emperor felt to some observers like a hollow, almost dishonorable substitute for the real thing. Pope Gregory himself, still furious with Frederick over the earlier delays and the ongoing excommunication, was reportedly unimpressed by the treaty when news of it reached Rome, viewing it less as a triumphant achievement and more as a further example of Frederick's tendency to prioritize pragmatic self-interest over proper Christian conduct. I want you to reflect on this for a moment, because it reveals something important about how differently people can experience the exact same historical event. From our vantage point now in 2026, ending a war through patient negotiation rather than bloodshed seems like an obviously admirable achievement, a genuinely wise and humane outcome. And yet at the time, this very peacefulness was, for many contemporaries, a source of suspicion and disappointment rather than celebration. It reminds us that the values we hold today, the instinctive preference for diplomacy over violence, for compromise over total victory, were not universally shared assumptions in the 13th century, and the fact that Frederick and al-Kamil achieved this outcome, despite the cultural pressures pushing toward continued conflict, makes their accomplishment, I think, even more remarkable in hindsight. Let us now follow Frederick as he finally travels to Jerusalem itself, to formally take possession of the city the treaty had granted him, and to do something that would become one of the strangest and most talked about moments of the entire crusading era. Entering the holy city, I want you to imagine the morning of March 17, 1229, when Frederick, along with a modest retinue of soldiers and clergy, made his way toward Jerusalem to formally receive the city under the terms of the treaty. The journey from the coast would have taken several days, along roads winding through the hill country of Judea, past terraced hillsides where olive trees had grown for generations, their gnarled trunks a testament to how long this landscape had been cultivated by human hands, through small villages where local residents, Muslim farmers mostly, would have watched this Christian procession pass with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Uncertain what this change in the city's political status might eventually mean for their own daily lives, though the treaty had at least assured them that their villages outside Jerusalem's immediate corridor would remain under existing arrangements. Picture the approach to the city itself, coming up through the hills, Jerusalem finally becoming visible in the distance, its rooftops and the golden Dome of the Rock catching the morning light. For Frederick, whatever his personal religious convictions actually were, and historians have long debated exactly how devout a man he truly was beneath all his political calculation, this must still have been a significant moment. Here was a city that occupied an almost mythical place in the imagination of every Christian ruler in Europe, a city his own grandfather and great-uncles had heard preached about in sermons their entire lives, and he was arriving to claim it not through the sword, as his predecessors had always imagined necessary, but through the patient work of diplomacy and negotiation. There is something worth sitting with here, a kind of quiet irony that runs through this entire story. The Crusades, as a broader historical phenomenon, were justified again and again through the language of righteous violence, the idea that reclaiming Jerusalem required blood and sacrifice, that anything less would somehow be an insufficient or dishonorable offering to God. And yet here was an emperor, excommunicated by his own pope, entering the city not as a conquering warrior, but almost as a diplomat completing a successful negotiation. And this achievement, however genuinely remarkable, sat awkwardly within a broader crusading culture that had never quite made room for the idea that peace itself might be a legitimate and worthy outcome. When Frederick finally entered Jerusalem, he proceeded to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and there, in an act that would become one of the most discussed and debated moments of the entire crusading era, he placed a crown upon his own head, crowning himself King of Jerusalem in a ceremony that no bishop or clergy member of any standing, was willing to formally preside over, precisely because of his ongoing excommunication. No priest would perform the coronation for him. No archbishop would bless the ceremony. And so Frederick, in what must have been a strange and lonely kind of triumph, took up the crown himself and placed it on his own head, inside the very church built to mark the site of the crucifixion and resurrection, achieving in that single self-performed gesture both the fulfillment of his crusading vow and a stark, visible reminder of just how isolated his position remained within the institutional church. I want you to imagine the atmosphere inside that church during this moment. It would not have been the grand, universally celebrated coronation that Frederick's earlier ancestors might have imagined for a crusading emperor recovering Jerusalem. Instead, accounts suggest a smaller, more subdued gathering, soldiers, and a handful of clergy willing to attend despite the awkward circumstances. The flickering light of candles and oil lamps against ancient stone walls, the particular hush that settles over any sacred space regardless of the political drama unfolding within it. There would have been a strange tension in the air, the sense of an achievement that was both genuinely historic and deeply contested at the very same moment, a triumph that felt, for many of those present, somehow incomplete or unresolved. Some contemporary accounts suggest that even the choice of who read a proclamation or addressed the assembled crowd afterward was complicated by the same religious politics, since Frederick, unable to rely on properly sanctioned clergy for the formal ceremonial elements, had to improvise a version of legitimacy through his own authority as emperor rather than through the blessing of the church that would ordinarily have made such a coronation fully legitimate in the eyes of contemporary Christian observers. And yet, whatever the awkwardness of the ceremony itself, the practical outcome remained undeniable. Jerusalem was, for the first time in over 40 years, under Christian political control again, achieved without a single major battle, through years of patient diplomacy, family politics within the Ayyubid dynasty, and the particular temperament of two rulers who valued pragmatic compromise over the total victory that crusading rhetoric had always assumed was the only legitimate path to reclaiming the Holy City. Let us pause here, in this quiet, strange moment inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and reflect on what it must have felt like to be an ordinary soldier standing somewhere near the back of that gathering, watching an emperor crown himself because no priest would do it for him. There would have been something bittersweet in that scene, I think, a genuine accomplishment shadowed by genuine controversy, the kind of complicated historical moment that resists the simple, triumphant narratives we so often prefer when we tell stories about the past. Let us follow Frederick now as he leaves Jerusalem and consider what happened next, both in the city itself and in the wider world that received the news of this strange, bloodless conquest with such a complicated mixture of admiration and suspicion. It's a cold departure before we move forward into the years of peace that followed the treaty. I want to sit with one more scene from Frederick's time in the Holy Land, because it tells us something important about how genuinely divided opinion remained about everything he had accomplished. When Frederick prepared to leave Acre and sail back to Italy in May of 1229, the departure was not a warm or celebratory one. According to several surviving accounts, as Frederick made his way through the streets toward the harbor, residents of the city, including it seems some among the local Christian population and possibly members of the military orders who remained deeply unhappy with his leadership and his continued excommunicated status, threw awful and refuse at him as he passed. A startling and deeply undignified send-off for a man who had just achieved the return of Jerusalem to Christian hands through peaceful negotiation. I want you to imagine the scene itself, because it is worth picturing slowly rather than rushing past. Frederick moving through narrow streets toward the docks, guards around him, the ordinary sounds of a busy port city continuing in the background, merchants calling out prices, gulls wheeling overhead near the harbor, and then from windows or rooftops or simply from the crowd gathered along the street, this expression of open hostility and contempt, rotten vegetables perhaps, or worse, hurled toward a man who had, by any objective measure, achieved something that crusading armies before him had failed to achieve through decades of actual warfare. There is something almost unbearably human about this moment, and I think it deserves our attention precisely because it complicates the neat, satisfying version of this story that we might otherwise want to tell. We would like to imagine that Frederick's achievement was universally recognized and celebrated, that he sailed home in triumph, greeted with cheers and gratitude for having succeeded where so many others had failed. But history rarely offers us such clean satisfaction. Instead, Frederick left the Holy Land much the way he had arrived, surrounded by suspicion, resentment, and genuine disagreement about whether what he had done was admirable or shameful. Let us reflect for a moment on why this happened, because the reasons matter. For many of the crusaders and clergy who remained committed to the older, more traditional understanding of what a crusade was supposed to accomplish, Frederick's negotiated peace felt like a betrayal of the entire crusading ideal. Jerusalem, in their view, should have been won back through righteous battle, through the kind of sacrifice and bloodshed that gave the recovery its proper spiritual meaning. The treaty negotiated by an excommunicated emperor, however practically successful, offered none of that satisfaction. It felt, to these critics, almost like a business transaction rather than a holy triumph, and worse, it had been conducted by a man the Church itself had formally rejected. There were also more mundane, practical grievances at play. Frederick's relationship with the local barons of the Crusader states had been tense throughout his time in the region, partly because of disputes over authority and precedence, partly because his manner, shaped by his cosmopolitan upbringing in Sicily, struck some of the local nobility as arrogant or overly familiar with Muslim customs and manners in ways they found genuinely uncomfortable. Frederick had, by several accounts, adopted certain habits during his time in the Holy Land, wearing garments influenced by local Muslim fashion, employing bodyguards who were themselves Muslim soldiers loyal to him personally, behaviors that some of his fellow Christians viewed with real suspicion, wondering aloud whether their emperor had become a little too comfortable among people they still considered enemies of the faith. I want you to sit with this tension for a moment, because it echoes forward through history in ways that feel remarkably familiar even now, centuries later. A leader who crosses cultural boundaries too fluently, who seems too comfortable moving between different worlds, often faces suspicion from those within his own community who expect firmer, more visible loyalty to a single identity. Frederick's entire life, from his childhood in multicultural Palermo through his negotiations with al-Kamil, was defined by exactly this kind of boundary crossing, and it earned him both his greatest achievement and much of the resentment that followed him for the rest of his life. As his ships finally pulled away from the harbor at Acre, carrying him back toward Italy, I want you to imagine Frederick standing at the rail, watching the coastline recede, the city that had both celebrated and reviled him growing smaller behind the wake of his departing fleet. Whatever his private thoughts were in that moment, we can only guess at them now, filtered through the biased accounts of chroniclers who either admired or despised him, with very little middle ground in between. But regardless of how his contemporaries judged him, the treaty held. Jerusalem remained under Christian control. Pilgrims resumed their journeys to the holy sites. And for a decade, the fragile peace that Frederick and al-Kamil had negotiated largely endured, allowing something remarkable and quiet to unfold across the region, an interval of relative calm that ordinary people throughout the Holy Land had not experienced in generations. Let us spend some time now inside that decade of peace, and imagine what daily life actually looked like for the people who lived through it. 10 years of fragile peace. Let us imagine now a pilgrim setting out from a small village in England or northern France sometime around 1232 or 1233, several years into the truce that Frederick and al-Kamil had negotiated. This journey would have been the culmination of years of saving, planning, and hoping. Pilgrimage to the Holy Land was an enormously expensive and dangerous undertaking, requiring passage on a ship, often arranged through the same Italian merchant families who controlled so much of the trade moving through Mediterranean ports, along with enough resources to cover months of travel, food, lodging, and the various fees and tolls that accumulated along any long-distance medieval journey. Many pilgrims sold land, borrowed against future harvests, or spent years setting aside whatever small surplus their household could manage, all in service of a single, deeply meaningful journey that they might make only once in their entire lives. I want you to imagine this pilgrim arriving finally at the coast, perhaps at Acre or one of the other coastal cities still bustling with the trade and traffic of the Crusader states, and then making the overland journey toward Jerusalem itself, now possible with far greater safety than it had been for the better part of the previous half-century, thanks to the corridor of protected land that the Treaty of Jaffa had established. The roads winding through the hill country would still have carried genuine risks, banditry, disease, the simple physical exhaustion of walking or riding for days through unfamiliar terrain, but the constant threat of open military conflict that had made such journeys so dangerous for so long had, for the moment, receded. Picture this pilgrim's first sight of Jerusalem, cresting a final hill and seeing the city spread out before them, exactly the vision that countless sermons and songs back home had described to them since childhood. There would have been an overwhelming emotional release in this moment, the culmination of a lifetime of devotion finally made real and tangible, perhaps tears, perhaps a moment of prayer offered right there on the hillside before continuing the final approach into the city itself. Once inside Jerusalem, this pilgrim would have made their way to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, joining other travelers from across Christian Europe, all of them drawn to this same sacred space, speaking different languages, dressed in the particular garments of their home regions, yet united by the shared purpose that had brought them across such enormous distances. I want you to imagine the interior of that church during this period, dim and cool compared to the bright Mediterranean light outside, the air thick with incense, and the murmured prayers of pilgrims kneeling at various shrines within the building, candles flickering in iron stands, their light catching on ancient stonework that had witnessed centuries of exactly this kind of devotion. There would have been a particular quality to the silence inside such a space, broken only by soft prayers, the occasional cough, the shuffle of feet on worn stone floors, a silence that felt entirely different from the noisy, bustling streets just outside the church doors. For our pilgrim, having traveled so far and endured so much simply to stand in this particular room, this silence might have felt like the most profound moment of an entire lifetime. Let us also imagine, during this same decade of peace, the experience of a merchant, someone whose livelihood depended not on religious devotion, but on the practical business of moving goods between markets, and who benefited enormously from the stability that the truce provided. Trade routes that had been disrupted by decades of intermittent warfare could now operate with greater predictability, caravans moving between Damascus, Cairo, and the coastal cities of the Crusader states, with considerably reduced risk of being caught in the middle of renewed hostilities. Picture this merchant, perhaps based in one of the Italian trading quarters of Acre, arranging shipments of textiles, spices, and manufactured goods that moved along routes connecting the Mediterranean coast to the interior markets of Syria and beyond. His warehouse, situated near the harbor, would have smelled of the accumulated goods passing through it, the sharp scent of spices like pepper and cinnamon mixing with the more mundane smells of wool and leather, coils of rope, barrels of oil. His days would have been filled with the practical business of commerce, negotiating prices, arranging transport, keeping careful accounts in ledgers whose pages, if we could see them now, would tell us as much about the real, lived texture of this period as any royal chronicle does. For this merchant and for thousands like him throughout the region, the 10 years of relative peace that followed the Treaty of Jaffa represented something genuinely valuable, an interval during which ordinary economic life could function with a predictability that had been sorely lacking for generations. It is worth remembering, as we sit with this story tonight, that peace treaties, however politically fragile or however contested their origins might be, often matter most not for their grand symbolic weight, but for the countless small, ordinary transactions and journeys and daily routines they quietly make possible for people who have no direct stake in the politics that produced them. Of course, the peace was never entirely without tension. The military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, remained wary of the arrangement, and disputes occasionally flared over the precise boundaries and interpretations of the treaty's terms. Some among the Crusader nobility continued to view the whole arrangement with suspicion, wondering whether al-Kamil's cooperation was genuine or simply a temporary convenience that would evaporate the moment his own political circumstances changed. And indeed, this suspicion would eventually prove somewhat justified, though not in the way anyone at the time might have predicted, and we will come to that part of the story a little later tonight. But for now, let us simply sit with this decade of relative calm, this unusual interlude in a region that had known almost constant conflict for generations. Let us imagine children growing up in villages between Acre and Jerusalem who, for the first years of their lives, knew a countryside where soldiers were a less constant and less threatening presence than they had been for their parents and grandparents. Let us imagine farmers who could plant and harvest with somewhat greater confidence, merchants who could plan shipments months in advance without the constant fear of a renewed siege disrupting their routes, and pilgrims who could finally complete journeys that earlier generations had found too dangerous even to attempt. This, I think, is the quiet, understated gift of the Sixth Crusade, easy to overlook amid all the political drama and religious controversy surrounding Frederick's excommunication and his strange, self-performed coronation. For a full decade, ordinary people throughout this contested region experienced something closer to normal life than they had known in a very long time, made possible not through a decisive military victory, but through the patient, unglamorous work of negotiation between two rulers who each had their own complicated reasons for preferring peace over war. Let us turn now gently to consider what eventually happened to this fragile peace and to Frederick himself in the years that followed his departure from the Holy Land. Return to a divided reception when Frederick's ships arrived back on the Italian coast in June of 1229. He did not return to a hero's welcome waiting for him there either, at least not initially. While he had been away in the Holy Land, Pope Gregory had, true to earlier threats, sent papal forces into Frederick's own territories in southern Italy and Sicily, attempting to weaken his position while he was occupied abroad. Frederick returned, in other words, not to celebration, but to the practical business of defending his own lands from an invasion launched by the very institution that should, by any reasonable measure, have been celebrating his achievement in Jerusalem. I want you to imagine the strange psychological position Frederick found himself in during these months. He had just accomplished something that Christian rulers across Europe had failed to achieve for over 40 years, the recovery of Jerusalem, and yet he returned home to find his own pope had used his absence as an opportunity to attack him militarily. There is a particular kind of exhaustion in this, the exhaustion of a man who has done something genuinely difficult and worthwhile, only to discover that recognition and gratitude are not guaranteed rewards, that the people who should be celebrating an achievement are sometimes the very people working hardest to undermine the one who achieved it. Frederick, ever the pragmatist, moved quickly and effectively to reclaim the territories that papal forces had occupied during his absence, and within a relatively short period, by the following year in 1230, a formal reconciliation was reached between Frederick and Pope Gregory, resulting in the Treaty of San Germano, which lifted Frederick's excommunication and restored him to full standing within the Church. This reconciliation was driven by practical political necessity on both sides rather than any genuine warming of feeling between the two men. Gregory recognized that continued conflict with Frederick served no one's interests, and Frederick, for his part, understood the value of resolving his status with the Church, both for his own legitimacy and for the broader stability of his empire. I want you to picture the formal ceremonies surrounding this reconciliation, the careful diplomatic language, the public gestures of renewed cooperation between emperor and pope, all conducted with the kind of practiced solemnity that medieval political ceremony always demanded, regardless of how much genuine trust actually existed beneath the surface. Frederick and Gregory would go on to have further conflicts in the years ahead, their relationship never becoming one of genuine warmth or alliance. But for the moment, at least, the immediate crisis was resolved, and Frederick could return his attention to governing his sprawling territories and pursuing the intellectual interests that had always occupied so much of his genuine passion. It is worth pausing here to reflect on how differently history remembers this entire episode compared to how contemporaries actually experienced it. We now look back on Frederick's Sixth Crusade as a remarkable historical curiosity, perhaps even an inspiring example of diplomacy succeeding where war had repeatedly failed. But the people living through these events, Frederick included, experienced something far messier, an achievement immediately followed by continued political conflict, suspicion, and the ongoing difficulty of a man whose intellectual curiosity and cross-cultural comfort made him simultaneously brilliant and deeply distrusted by many of his own contemporaries. Let us turn our attention for a little while to the perspective of someone whose life this whole episode would have touched more directly and more personally than any pope or emperor, a knight belonging to one of the military orders stationed in the Crusader states, a man whose daily life and professional identity were built entirely around the ongoing conflict between Christian and Muslim forces in the Holy Land, and who now had to make sense of a peace that had been negotiated, in his eyes, in an unusual and uncomfortable way. A knight's uncertain loyalty. I want you to imagine a Templar knight, a man who had perhaps joined the order as a young man drawn by genuine religious devotion combined with a taste for the disciplined, structured life that the military orders offered, a life built around vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, combined with rigorous military training and a deep sense of purpose rooted in the defense of Christian pilgrims and holy sites throughout the region. For a man like this, stationed perhaps at one of the order's fortresses scattered throughout the Crusader states, the news of Frederick's negotiated treaty would have arrived with considerable complexity. On one hand, the practical benefit was undeniable. Jerusalem itself was now under Christian control, a genuine and remarkable achievement by any measure. On the other hand, the manner in which this had been accomplished sat uneasily with the entire worldview that had shaped this knight's adult life. He had trained for combat, had perhaps fought in earlier skirmishes and engagements against Muslim forces, had internalized a vision of holy war as the primary and proper mechanism through which Christian control over sacred sites should be restored and defended. A treaty negotiated by an excommunicated emperor, achieved through diplomacy with a Muslim sultan whose advisor, Fakhr ad-Din, had reportedly developed a genuine personal friendship with that same excommunicated emperor, represented a version of victory that did not fit comfortably within this knight's understanding of what victory was supposed to look like. Picture this man standing watch atop the walls of one of the order's remaining fortresses in the months following the treaty, looking out over a landscape that was, for the moment, at peace, and feeling a strange, unresolved tension about what that peace actually meant for his own sense of purpose and identity. Had his years of training and preparation been rendered somehow less meaningful by an outcome achieved through negotiation rather than battle? Was the peace genuinely secure, or merely a temporary pause before renewed conflict, one that a disciplined military order needed to remain vigilant against rather than relaxing into? These would have been genuine, pressing questions for a man whose entire professional and spiritual identity was built around the assumption of ongoing conflict. I want you to imagine, too, the more mundane daily realities of life within one of these fortresses during this period of relative peace. Without the immediate pressure of active warfare, daily routines would have settled into a rhythm built around training exercises, maintenance of fortifications and equipment, religious observances that structured the day according to canonical hours, morning prayers, work in the fortress's gardens or workshops, evening prayers, and the particular camaraderie that develops among men living in close quarters under a shared discipline and shared purpose. The smell of a Templar fortress kitchen preparing the evening meal, simple fare typically, bread, vegetables, perhaps some preserved meat or fish depending on what supplies were available, would have mixed with the smell of horses from the stables, leather and metal polish from the armory where equipment was maintained even during peaceful intervals, because a well-disciplined military order never allowed peace to become an excuse for neglecting readiness. There would have been the sound of blacksmiths at work, maintaining weapons and horseshoes, the rhythmic clang of hammer against metal providing a kind of steady, reassuring backdrop to the daily life of the fortress. Let us reflect for a moment on how this night's experience differs so sharply from the experience of the pilgrim we imagined earlier, or the merchant benefiting from expanded trade routes. For those individuals, the peace was an unambiguous gift, something that made their lives easier, safer, more prosperous. For our knight, the peace was more complicated, a genuine practical good shadowed by uncertainty about identity and purpose, a reminder that even the most beneficial historical outcomes rarely feel simple or uncomplicated to everyone who lives through them. This tension between the practical benefits of peace and the discomfort it created for those whose entire worldview was built around the assumption of ongoing holy war would continue to simmer beneath the surface of the Crusader states throughout the decade that followed. And eventually, as we will see, this underlying tension, combined with larger geopolitical forces entirely beyond anyone's control in the region, would contribute to the eventual unraveling of the peace that Frederick and al-Kamil had worked so patiently to establish. Let us turn now to that unraveling, and to the years that followed the expiration of the treaty's 10-year term, because the story of Jerusalem in this period does not end neatly with Frederick's achievement. Like so much of history, it continues on into further complications that neither Frederick nor al-Kamil could have fully anticipated. When the peace finally ended, the 10-year truce that Frederick and al-Kamil had negotiated held, more or less, for its full duration, a genuinely remarkable achievement given how fragile such arrangements often proved to be in this period and region. But treaties, even carefully negotiated ones, are ultimately only as durable as the circumstances that produced them, and by the time the truce approached its natural expiration in the late 1230s, the political landscape on both sides had shifted considerably. Al-Kamil himself had died in 1238, and his death set off exactly the kind of succession disputes among his surviving relatives that had characterized so much of Ayyubid politics throughout this period. Without al-Kamil's particular combination of pragmatism and personal investment in the peace he had negotiated, the arrangement lost one of its most important guarantors. Meanwhile, in the Crusader states, ongoing internal disputes among the barons, the military orders, and various competing claimants to authority meant that Christian control of Jerusalem remained fragile and contested even during the years when the treaty technically held. I want you to imagine the atmosphere in Jerusalem itself during these final years of the truce, a city that had experienced a full decade of relative peace, but where an underlying awareness persisted that this peace was temporary, built on a specific agreement between two specific rulers, neither of whom would live forever, and neither of whom could guarantee that their successors would honor the same commitments. There must have been a particular quality to daily life during these years, a peace enjoyed perhaps with one eye always slightly open, aware that the foundations beneath it were not as permanent as anyone might wish. When renewed conflict eventually came, it arrived not primarily through the deliberate choice of either the Ayyubid rulers or the Christian barons who had inherited the arrangement Frederick and al-Kamil had built, but through a far more chaotic and unpredictable force entirely external to the original negotiation. In 1244, a group known as the Khwarezmian Turks, themselves refugees fleeing the westward expansion of the Mongol Empire, swept through the region in a wave of displacement and violence that neither the Crusader states nor the Ayyubid successors had anticipated or prepared for. These Khwarezmian forces, allied at that particular moment with one of the Ayyubid successor rulers seeking advantage in the ongoing family political disputes, attacked and sacked Jerusalem itself, an assault far more violent and destructive than anything the city had experienced during Frederick's original negotiated transfer. I want you to sit with the tragedy of this moment, because it is a genuinely sad turn in our story tonight, though I promise we will not dwell in the sadness for long. The peaceful, patient arrangement that Frederick and al-Kamil had built, an arrangement that had allowed a full decade of relative calm, ordinary commerce, and safe pilgrimage, was ultimately undone not through the failure of that original agreement itself, but through forces entirely beyond the control or imagination of either man who had negotiated it. The Mongol expansion across Central Asia, a geopolitical earthquake unfolding thousands of miles away, sent shockwaves rippling all the way to Jerusalem, displacing peoples and destabilizing political arrangements across an enormous swath of the medieval world, arrangements that had nothing directly to do with the Mongols themselves, but that were nonetheless swept up in the chaos their expansion created. This detail, I think, offers a kind of quiet humility for us to sit with tonight. However carefully two rulers negotiate a peace, however patient and thoughtful their diplomacy, the wider world remains full of forces beyond anyone's control, distant events unfolding far beyond the horizon of any single negotiation, capable of unraveling even the most carefully constructed agreements. Frederick and al-Kamil could not have anticipated the Mongol expansion, could not have built their treaty to withstand a crisis originating so far from the specific circumstances they were addressing. And yet, I want to suggest, this does not diminish what they accomplished. A decade of peace, achieved through patient negotiation rather than warfare, remains a genuine achievement, even if it was not permanent, even if larger historical forces eventually swept it away. Very few human accomplishments are permanent. Most of what we build, whether peace treaties or careers or relationships or the ordinary structures of our daily lives, exists for a season rather than forever, and the value of what we build is not erased simply because it eventually changes or ends. Jerusalem would remain, after 1244, in a state of ongoing contest and conflict for years to come, and the specific arrangement Frederick had negotiated would never quite be restored in its original form. But I think it is worth remembering, as we sit with this quieter, sadder chapter of the story, that the people who lived through that decade of peace, the pilgrims who completed journeys they might never otherwise have attempted, the merchants who conducted trade with a stability their parents had never known, the farmers who harvested crops without the constant threat of destruction, all of them experienced something real and valuable during those years, regardless of what came afterward. History does not require permanence to matter. Sometimes a decade of peace, however fragile, however eventually undone by forces beyond anyone's control, is simply worth having existed at all. Let us turn now gently to consider what became of Frederick himself in the years following his crusade, because his own story continued for quite some time afterward, filled with further conflict, further controversy, and further evidence of just how singular and complicated a figure he remained until the very end of his life. The later years of an uncommon Emperor Frederick would go on to live for another 2 decades after his return from the Holy Land, and these years were, characteristically, filled with as much controversy and complexity as everything that had come before. His relationship with the papacy never fully healed, despite the formal reconciliation of 1230. Further conflicts erupted in the years that followed, and Frederick would eventually be excommunicated a second time, in 1239, this time by Pope Gregory once again, over a tangle of political disputes involving Frederick's ambitions in northern Italy and his ongoing tensions with the Papal States. I want you to imagine Frederick during these later years, presiding over his court in Sicily, a court that remained, throughout his entire life, one of the most intellectually vibrant gathering places in all of medieval Europe. Scholars continued to travel there from across the Mediterranean world, drawn by Frederick's genuine patronage of learning, his interest in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and natural philosophy. He corresponded with Muslim scholars on questions of philosophy and science, continuing the same kind of cross-cultural intellectual exchange that had characterized his childhood, and that had, in its own way, shaped the diplomatic approach that had won him Jerusalem without a battle. Picture an evening at this court, perhaps a decade or more after his return from the crusade. Frederick himself now older, his hair perhaps beginning to gray, seated at a long table surrounded by scholars debating some question of natural philosophy, the movement of celestial bodies perhaps, or the anatomy of birds, a subject that had fascinated him since childhood and that he continued to study seriously throughout his life, eventually producing his treatise on falconry that remains, even now, studied by historians of medieval science for its genuinely careful, empirical observations. Candlelight would have flickered across the table, illuminating manuscripts and diagrams, while servants moved quietly in the background, refilling cups of wine, and outside, the ordinary sounds of a Sicilian evening, cicadas perhaps, the distant sound of the sea, would have drifted in through open windows. This is worth sitting with for a moment because it reminds us that Frederick's crusade, remarkable as it was, represented only one chapter in a genuinely full and complicated life. He was not a man defined solely by his time in the Holy Land. He was an emperor who spent decades governing a sprawling and diverse set of territories, who issued important legal reforms in Sicily that some historians consider remarkably advanced for their time, establishing more centralized and rational administrative structures than many of his European contemporaries had achieved. He founded the University of Naples, one of the earliest state-funded universities in Europe, intended specifically to train administrators for his own government, rather than relying entirely on church-controlled institutions for higher education. He was, in short, a ruler whose ambitions and interests extended in every direction, someone who never seemed content to simply occupy the traditional expectations of medieval kingship. His contemporaries and later historians have long debated how to characterize him. Some medieval chroniclers referred to him, with a mixture of awe and unease, using a Latin phrase that translates roughly to the wonder of the world, a description that captures both the genuine admiration he inspired and the sense that he existed somewhat outside the normal categories his contemporaries used to understand rulers and their reigns. Later historians, writing centuries afterward, have sometimes portrayed him as a kind of proto-modern figure, a ruler whose intellectual curiosity and religious skepticism anticipated ideas that would not become widespread in European thought for centuries. Other historians push back against this framing, arguing that it risks projecting modern values backward onto a man who was, in the end, very much a product of his own 13th century world, however unusual he may have seemed even within that world. I think there is wisdom in resisting the urge to simplify Frederick into either a visionary genius ahead of his time or merely a clever political opportunist. He was, I suspect, simply a deeply intelligent and deeply pragmatic man, shaped by an unusually cosmopolitan upbringing, who approached the challenges of his reign, including the challenge of a crusade he had delayed for years and eventually led while excommunicated, with the same combination of intellectual curiosity and practical calculation that characterized everything else he did. He was not trying to be a peacemaker for its own sake, nor was he trying to prove some larger point about the possibility of coexistence between Christian and Muslim civilizations. He was more simply trying to solve a specific problem in front of him, the problem of how to fulfill a crusading vow he had made years earlier without the military resources to guarantee victory through conquest. And the solution he found happened to be a peaceful one, because peace, in his specific circumstances, was simply the more practical and achievable path. Frederick died in December of 1250 in Apulia in southern Italy, still excommunicated at the time of his death, a fact that troubled some of his contemporaries and that continued to shape how his legacy was remembered in the years immediately following. His death marked the beginning of a rapid decline for the Hohenstaufen dynasty he had led, and within a few decades, the political structures he had built began to unravel amid renewed conflicts between his heirs and the papacy that had never fully made peace with his family's ambitions. Let us pause here and reflect for a moment on the strange, quiet melancholy of this ending. As a man who had achieved something genuinely remarkable, the peaceful recovery of Jerusalem through patient diplomacy rather than warfare, died still formally rejected by the very institution whose blessing might have made that achievement feel more complete and more universally celebrated in his own lifetime. There is something worth sitting with in this, a reminder that even genuinely significant achievements do not always receive the recognition they deserve during the lifetime of the person who accomplished them, and that history's judgment often arrives slowly, long after the individuals involved are no longer present to receive it. Let us turn now, gently, toward some broader reflections on what this entire story might mean for us, sitting here now in 2026, so many centuries removed from the events we have been imagining together tonight. The Sultan Remembered. Before we drift further into reflection, I want to spend just a little more time with al-Kamil, because his side of this story deserves the same careful attention we have given Frederick's, and because his legacy, in some ways, is even more complicated and more interesting to sit with. Al-Kamil ruled Egypt for over 2 decades, and his reign was defined by far more than his negotiations with Frederick. He continued the tradition, established by his uncle Saladin, of supporting scholarship and architecture throughout Cairo and the broader Egyptian territories under his control. Mosques and religious schools founded or expanded during his reign continued to serve their communities for generations afterward, and his court remained a center of learning that attracted scholars from across the Islamic world, much as Frederick's court in Sicily attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean. I want you to imagine al-Kamil in his final years, after the treaty with Frederick had been signed, and the immediate crisis with his brother's succession in Damascus had been at least partially resolved. Picture him, an older man by this point, moving through the gardens of his palace in the cool of an early evening, perhaps accompanied by advisors discussing the ordinary business of governing a large and complex territory, the flow of Nile floodwaters that determined the year's agricultural success, the state of relations with neighboring powers, the endless administrative work of maintaining an empire built from many loosely connected pieces. Al-Kamil died in 1238, and in the immediate aftermath of his death, the peace he had negotiated with Frederick came under increasing strain, as we have already discussed, eventually giving way entirely to renewed conflict following the Khwarezmian invasion of 1244. But it is worth remembering that during his own lifetime, al-Kamil was not universally condemned for his decision to hand over Jerusalem, despite the criticism from certain religious scholars and local leaders that we discussed earlier. Many of his contemporaries recognized, even if grudgingly, the practical wisdom of his choice, understanding that a negotiated peace, however symbolically costly, served the genuine interests of his people and his empire far better than continued warfare over a city that, in purely military terms, was not especially valuable to defend given its dismantled walls and modest strategic importance. I want you to sit with the parallel between al-Kamil and Frederick for a moment, because it is genuinely striking. Both men inherited complicated political situations shaped by family disputes and internal rivalries, as much as by the broader Christian versus Muslim conflict that dominated the rhetoric of their era. Both men possessed genuine intellectual curiosity that extended well beyond the narrow concerns of religious warfare. And both men, when faced with the choice between continued conflict and a negotiated peace that satisfied neither side completely, chose the peace, understanding that it served their genuine practical interests better than the alternative, even knowing that this choice would expose them to criticism from those within their own communities who expected a more absolute, less compromising victory. This is, I think, one of the quiet lessons embedded in this entire story, one worth carrying with us as we drift toward sleep tonight. Peace, in the real world, rarely arrives through the kind of clean, total victory that stories and songs prefer to celebrate. It arrives far more often through the patient, unglamorous work of two parties recognizing that their genuine interests are better served by compromise than by continued conflict, even when that compromise disappoints the more absolute expectations of the people around them. Al-Kamil and Frederick were both criticized in their own time for choosing this path. And yet, 800 years later, it is precisely this choice, this willingness to accept an imperfect peace over a costly and uncertain war, that we remember them for tonight, sitting here in the quiet dark, letting their story ease us gently towards sleep. Let us drift now into a slightly different kind of scene, away from emperors and sultans entirely, and spend some time simply imagining the ordinary material objects and daily textures of life during this period, the kind of small, unremarked details that rarely make it into the grand narratives of history, but that shaped every single day these people actually lived through. Candlelight, cloth, and quiet sounds I want you to imagine, now, simply the texture of an ordinary evening in this period, somewhere in the Crusader states, in a modest household that has nothing at all to do with kings or sultans or treaties, just an ordinary family settling in as the day's light begins to fade. Light itself was a precious and carefully managed resource in the 13th century, in a way that is almost impossible for those of us living now, surrounded by the effortless glow of electric light, to fully appreciate. Candles made from tallow, the rendered fat of cattle or sheep, or for wealthier households from beeswax, which burned cleaner and brighter but cost considerably more, were used sparingly, lit only when truly needed, extinguished promptly once their purpose was served. Oil lamps, simple vessels holding olive oil with a floating wick, provided another common source of light, particularly in the Mediterranean regions where olive oil was abundant and relatively inexpensive compared to other parts of Europe. Picture a mother in such a household, moving through her small home as evening settles in, carrying a single oil lamp from room to room as needed rather than lighting multiple lamps throughout the house, because every drop of oil represented a real cost that had to be weighed against the household's other needs. The light from such a lamp would have been warm, small, and gently flickering, casting long shadows that moved and shifted with every draft, creating an atmosphere in these evening hours that felt entirely different from the harsh, even illumination we take for granted now. There would have been an intimacy to this dim, moving light, a sense of a small pool of warmth and visibility surrounded by genuine darkness on every side. I want you to imagine the sounds of such an evening as well. Without any of the mechanical hums and electrical buzzes that fill our modern nights, background noise, television, refrigerators, distant traffic, the world after dark in the 13th century would have been remarkably quiet, punctuated only by sounds that had clear, identifiable sources. The crackle of a small cooking fire settling into embers, the distant bark of a dog somewhere in the neighborhood. Footsteps on a stone or packed earth street outside, perhaps a night watchman making his rounds, calling out the hour in some places according to local custom. The soft murmur of a family's own conversation, low and unhurried, the particular cadence of people who have spent an entire day working and are now simply winding down together before sleep. Clothing, too, deserves a moment of our attention tonight, because it shaped daily comfort and daily routine in ways we rarely think about now. In the Crusader states, clothing styles reflected a genuine blend of European and local influences, practical adaptations to a Mediterranean climate that was considerably hotter and drier than the homelands many of the Christian settlers had originally come from. Lighter fabrics, looser-fitting garments, and head coverings designed to protect against intense sun were commonly adopted by Christian settlers who had originally arrived wearing the heavier wool garments more suited to northern Europe. Wealthy households might import silk from the trade routes connecting the region to the wider world, while ordinary families relied on wool and linen, spun and woven within their own households or purchased from local craftsmen. I want you to imagine the particular ritual of dressing in the morning, in a household without the closets and drawers full of options that most of us take for granted now. Garments were fewer in number, more carefully maintained, mended repeatedly rather than discarded, and washed with a frequency that would seem entirely inadequate by our modern standards, though it is worth remembering that the entire framework of hygiene and cleanliness operated according to very different assumptions in this period than it does now. Soap existed, made from a combination of animal fats or plant oils combined with alkaline substances derived from wood ash. But bathing itself, particularly in the more northern parts of the crusading world, was a less frequent occurrence than we might imagine, though Mediterranean and Islamic cultures generally maintained bathing traditions, public bathhouses among them, that placed considerably more emphasis on regular washing than many of their northern European counterparts did. On the Muslim side of this cultural landscape, bathhouses, known as hammams, played a genuinely important role in daily and weekly routines, serving not just a hygienic function but a social one as well, places where friends and neighbors gathered, conversation flowed, and the ordinary business of community life continued alongside the practical business of washing. I want you to imagine such a bathhouse, steam rising from heated pools, the particular echoing quality that voices take on in a space filled with warm, humid air and hard-tiled surfaces, attendants moving quietly among the bathers offering scented oils or assistance with washing, a scene that would have felt, in its combination of practicality and genuine pleasure, quite foreign to many of the Christian settlers arriving from regions where such institutions were far less developed or widespread. Let us also imagine, for a moment, the food that would have filled an ordinary evening meal in this period, because food, more than almost anything else, tells us about the daily rhythms and resources available to ordinary people. In the Crusader states, the diet reflected a blending of European staples with Mediterranean and local ingredients, bread remaining the absolute foundation of most meals, supplemented by olive oil, vegetables like onions, garlic, and legumes, and for those who could afford it, modest amounts of meat, usually preserved through salting or drying given the absence of any kind of refrigeration. Fish was more readily available in the coastal cities, fresh from the daily catch, prepared simply, grilled or stewed with whatever herbs and vegetables were available. Picture a family gathering around a simple wooden table as the evening meal is served, bread torn by hand rather than cut with individual knives for each diner, a shared pot of stewed vegetables, and perhaps some preserved meat placed in the center of the table, everyone eating with their hands or with simple spoons, since forks had not yet become common household items even among the wealthy in most of Europe during this period. There would have been a shared, communal quality to eating in this era that feels quite different from our modern individual portions and separate plates, families and even larger households often eating from common vessels, a practice that reflected both practical necessity and a genuinely different sense of individual space and boundaries than most of us are accustomed to now. Let us sit with this scene for just a moment longer, the small oil lamp casting its warm, unsteady light across the table, the quiet murmur of family conversation, the simple, satisfying warmth of a shared meal after a long day's work, entirely disconnected from the grand political dramas unfolding between emperors and sultans many miles away. This, I think, is worth remembering as we continue drifting through tonight's story. However significant the treaty negotiations, however dramatic the excommunications and self-performed coronations, the actual daily texture of most people's lives during this period looked far more like this quiet, ordinary evening meal than like anything we might read about in a chronicle focused entirely on kings and wars. Let us turn now to a slightly different kind of reflection, considering how this particular episode fits into the much larger story of the Crusades as a whole, and why it remains such an unusual and instructive exception within that broader history. An unusual exception, let us take a step back now and consider how the Sixth Crusade fits into the much larger story of the Crusades as a whole, because understanding this context helps us appreciate just how genuinely unusual Frederick and al-Kamil's achievement really was. The First Crusade, launched at the very end of the 11th century, had culminated in the brutal siege and capture of Jerusalem in 1099, an event marked by extraordinary violence, with contemporary accounts, though likely exaggerated in places, describing widespread slaughter of the city's Muslim and Jewish population when the crusading forces finally broke through its defenses. This set a pattern, or at least an expectation, that would shape crusading culture for generations afterward. The idea that recovering or defending Jerusalem was fundamentally a matter of military conquest, achieved through righteous violence against those who held the city. Subsequent crusades largely followed this same basic template, even when they failed to achieve their objectives. The Second Crusade, launched in response to the fall of the Crusader county of Edessa, ended in largely disappointing military failure. The Third Crusade, perhaps the most famous of all, brought together some of medieval Europe's most celebrated rulers, including Richard the Lionheart of England, in a prolonged and costly military campaign against Saladin, who had recaptured Jerusalem in 1187. Despite years of fighting, including notable battles and sieges, the Third Crusade ultimately failed to retake Jerusalem itself, though it did secure a truce allowing Christian pilgrims continued access to the city, an arrangement that, in hindsight, bears some interesting resemblance to the eventual outcome Frederick would achieve decades later, though achieved through years of costly warfare rather than negotiation. The Fourth Crusade, launched at the very beginning of the 13th century, never even reached the Holy Land at all, instead becoming diverted into a catastrophic and controversial attack on Constantinople itself, the great Christian city of the Byzantine Empire, an event that remains one of the most heavily criticized episodes in the entire history of the crusading movement, seen by many historians as a profound betrayal of the crusading ideal. Redirected by political and financial pressures into an attack on fellow Christians rather than the intended Muslim adversaries in the Holy Land. Against this backdrop of costly military campaigns, frequent failures, and occasionally disastrous diversions, the Sixth Crusade stands out as something genuinely different. Here was a crusading campaign that achieved its central objective, the recovery of Jerusalem, without a major battle, through patient negotiation between two rulers who each had practical reasons to prefer peace over continued conflict. This makes the Sixth Crusade something of an uncomfortable exception within the broader crusading narrative, a genuine achievement of the stated crusading goal that nonetheless sat awkwardly within a cultural and religious framework that had always assumed such achievements required blood and sacrifice to be legitimate. I want you to sit with this tension for a moment, because it illuminates something important about how societies construct meaning around conflict and violence. The crusading movement had, over more than a century, developed an entire theological and cultural framework around the idea that recovering the Holy Land was a sacred undertaking requiring genuine sacrifice, that suffering and bloodshed were not merely unfortunate byproducts of the campaign, but were in some sense part of its spiritual purpose, evidence of genuine devotion and worthy of divine favor. Within this framework, a peaceful negotiated settlement, however practically successful, could never fully satisfy the deeper cultural and religious expectations that had built up around the entire crusading enterprise. This helps explain, I think, why Frederick's achievement was received with such ambivalence by his contemporaries, why Pope Gregory remained unimpressed despite the obvious practical success, why crusaders in Acre threw refuse at Frederick as he departed rather than celebrating him as a triumphant hero. It was not that people failed to recognize the practical value of what he had accomplished. It was that this accomplishment did not fit the story they had been telling themselves about what a proper, legitimate recovery of Jerusalem was supposed to look like. We, sitting here now in 2026, have the benefit of distance, the ability to look back on this entire episode and recognize the genuine wisdom and genuine humanity in choosing negotiation over warfare, even when that choice disappoints the more dramatic expectations of the people around us. It is worth asking ourselves, gently, whether we still carry some version of this same bias in our own time, whether we still instinctively find negotiated compromises less satisfying, less worthy of celebration, than dramatic victories achieved through struggle and sacrifice, even when the negotiated outcome produces genuinely better results for the ordinary people whose lives are actually shaped by these decisions. Let us sit with that question for just a moment in the quiet dark, without needing to arrive at any firm answer tonight. Sometimes the most valuable thing a story like this can offer is simply the invitation to notice a pattern in how we think, without any pressure to immediately resolve or correct it. Let us turn now to a gentler kind of reflection, considering the lives of women and children during this period, voices that rarely appear in the chronicles focused on emperors and sultans, but whose daily existence shaped this world just as much as any treaty negotiation did. The voices history left quiet. I want you to imagine, for a while now, the lives of women in the Crusader states and in the Ayyubid territories during this same period, because their daily experiences, though rarely recorded in the surviving chronicles, made up such a significant portion of the actual texture of life in this world. In the Crusader states, women occupied a complicated position shaped by the particular circumstances of a frontier society, one where the constant presence of military conflict and the frequent absence or death of male relatives created social dynamics somewhat different from those in more settled regions of Europe. Noble women in the Crusader states sometimes held and administered significant property and authority in their own right, particularly when widowed, since the ongoing warfare left a genuinely high number of women managing estates and households without male oversight for extended periods or permanently. I want you to imagine one such woman, perhaps the widow of a minor knight who had died in some earlier skirmish, now managing her late husband's small landholding somewhere in the countryside between Acre and Jerusalem. Her days would have been filled with the practical business of overseeing agricultural production, managing whatever servants or tenant farmers worked the land, handling disputes and negotiations with neighboring landholders, and raising whatever children she had, all while navigating a legal and social system that granted her authority in some respects but constrained her in others, depending on the specific customs and laws governing inheritance and property in the Crusader states during this period. Picture her rising early, before the heat of the day fully set in, moving through her household's practical morning routine, checking on the previous day's harvest, if it happened to be harvest season, or reviewing accounts with a steward if the season's work was elsewhere. There would have been little room in such a life for leisure, and yet there would also have been a kind of quiet competence and authority in it, a woman managing genuinely complex responsibilities in a world that did not always make such management easy for her. On the Muslim side of this cultural landscape, women's lives varied considerably depending on social class and specific regional customs, but women in the wealthier and more educated segments of Ayyubid society sometimes participated actively in patronage of scholarship, religious institutions, and charitable foundations. Some women of means endowed religious schools or supported scholars directly, leaving behind institutions that, in some cases, continued operating for generations after their deaths, quiet monuments to lives that history otherwise remembers only faintly, if at all. I want you to imagine, too, the lives of ordinary working women in both societies, women whose names history never recorded at all, but whose daily labor sustained the households and communities around them just as essentially as any merchant's trade or any knight's military service. Women in both Christian and Muslim households throughout this region would have spent significant portions of their days engaged in textile production, spinning wool or flax into thread, weaving cloth on simple looms, tasks that required genuine skill developed over years of practice, and that produced the clothing and household textiles that every family depended upon. This was slow, repetitive, skilled work, done often in the company of other women, mothers and daughters and neighbors working alongside each other, conversation flowing easily during the long hours required to produce even a modest length of cloth. Let us also spend a moment imagining childhood during this period, because children's experiences, too, rarely make it into the historical record in any detailed way, and yet childhood shaped the adults who would go on to live through and remember these very events we have been discussing tonight. I want you to picture a child, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, growing up in one of the coastal cities of the Crusader states during the decade of peace that followed Frederick's treaty. This child would have known a countryside considerably safer than the one their parents had grown up in, a childhood spent perhaps helping with small household tasks, fetching water, minding younger siblings, occasionally accompanying an older relative to the market or the harbor, absorbing through simple observation the rhythms and sounds and smells of a busy port city, without any of the deeper political context that shaped why this particular period felt somewhat safer and more stable than the years before it. And children in this period, across both Christian and Muslim communities, typically began contributing to household labor from a fairly young age. Formal education, where it existed at all, generally reserved for boys from wealthier families destined for religious, administrative, or scholarly careers, though some religious education, memorization of prayers, and basic religious texts would have been more widely available across social classes in both traditions. Play, too, existed alongside this early labor, children finding time for simple games, perhaps using found objects as toys, stones or scraps of wood fashioned into simple playthings, chasing each other through the narrow streets when their chores allowed a moment of freedom. The universal, timeless quality of childhood play persisting even in the midst of a world shaped by treaties and truces and religious conflicts that these children barely understood. I want you to imagine the particular sound of children's laughter carrying through a narrow street in Acre or Jerusalem during this period, mixing with all the other ordinary sounds of daily life we have already imagined together tonight. The calls of merchants, the creak of cart wheels on stone, the distant sound of hammers from a blacksmith's shop. This sound, so universal and unchanging across every century of human history, offers perhaps the most direct thread connecting us, sitting here now in 2026, to the ordinary families who lived through the events we have been discussing tonight. And children have always laughed while playing in the street, regardless of what treaties their rulers signed or what wars their societies fought, and there is something quietly comforting in remembering that this simple continuity persisted even through this genuinely remarkable and complicated chapter of history. Let us drift now toward the final portion of tonight's story, gathering together the threads we have followed through this long, slow evening, and reflecting on what this whole episode might mean for us, so many centuries removed from the events themselves. In questions sent across the sea, there is a delightful detail from this period that I want to share with you now, one that captures something essential about Frederick's character and about the genuine intellectual curiosity that connected his court to the wider Islamic world, beyond even the practical diplomacy that won him Jerusalem. According to several surviving accounts, Frederick had a habit of sending philosophical and scientific questions to scholars in the Muslim world, seeking their perspectives on questions that fascinated him, questions about the nature of the soul, the eternity of the world, the structure of the heavens, and other topics that occupied the attention of serious thinkers across both Christian and Islamic intellectual traditions during this period. Some of these questions were reportedly sent to scholars connected with al-Kamil's own court, part of an ongoing exchange that continued even amid, and perhaps because of, the diplomatic relationship Frederick had built with the Sultan. I want you to imagine a scholar in Cairo or Damascus receiving one of these letters, carefully unrolling a scroll of paper covered in careful script, perhaps translated from Frederick's original Latin or Greek into Arabic by one of the many skilled translators who worked in these intellectual circles, and finding within it a genuinely difficult philosophical question, something that would require days of careful thought and consultation with other scholars before a worthy response could be composed. This was intellectual exchange conducted at the same slow, patient pace as the diplomatic negotiations we discussed earlier, letters traveling for weeks between distant courts, each side taking genuine time to consider their response before sending it back across the sea. Frederick's own court included scholars fluent in Arabic who worked on translating important texts, part of a broader intellectual movement occurring throughout the Mediterranean world during this period, in which works of Greek philosophy and science, many of which had been preserved and expanded upon by Islamic scholars over previous centuries after being largely lost or forgotten in Western Europe, were being translated into Latin, making them available once again to European scholars for the first time in generations. A figure named Michael Scott, a scholar who spent time at Frederick's court, was among those involved in this translation work, helping to bring texts on astronomy, medicine, and philosophy from Arabic into Latin, work that would eventually contribute to the broader intellectual developments of medieval and early Renaissance Europe. I want you to sit with the quiet significance of this exchange for a moment, because it offers a genuinely different picture of the relationship between Christian and Islamic civilizations during this period than the one we typically encounter when we focus only on the military history of the Crusades. While armies clashed in some regions and negotiated peace in others, scholars on both sides continued a patient, ongoing exchange of ideas, translating and preserving and building upon each other's intellectual traditions in ways that would shape the development of European thought for centuries to come. Frederick's own curiosity, his willingness to send genuine philosophical questions to scholars in what his contemporaries considered an enemy civilization, and to take their responses seriously, reflects this same spirit of intellectual openness that also, in its own way, made possible the diplomatic breakthrough with al-Kamil. Picture, if you will, an evening in Frederick's own study, sometime after his return from the Holy Land, candles burning low, manuscripts spread across a wide table. Frederick himself reading through a response to one of his philosophical questions, perhaps recently translated from Arabic, considering the argument carefully, making notes in the margins, perhaps drafting a follow-up question to send back across the sea. There is something genuinely peaceful in this image, a man engaged not in the dramatic business of warfare or even the tense business of diplomacy, but simply in the quiet, patient pursuit of understanding, motivated by nothing more than genuine curiosity about the world and its mysteries. Let us also spend a moment with the merchant communities who made all of this exchange, both intellectual and diplomatic, practically possible, because without the ships and trade networks these communities maintained, none of the letters we have been imagining tonight, whether diplomatic treaties or philosophical questions, could have crossed the distances they needed to cross. The merchants who connected two worlds, the Italian maritime republics, Venice, Genoa, and Pisa chief among them, maintained substantial trading quarters within Acre and other coastal cities of the Crusader states, each with its own churches, warehouses, and semi-independent governance, competing fiercely with each other for trade advantages even while all three, in different ways, depended on the broader stability of the Crusader states to protect their commercial interests in the region. I want you to imagine the Venetian quarter of Acre specifically, since Venice had, by this period, developed one of the most sophisticated trading networks in the entire Mediterranean world, a network that stretched from the ports of the Crusader states all the way to Constantinople and beyond, into the Black Sea trade routes that connected Europe to the overland Silk Road trade with Central Asia and China. Venetian merchants operating out of Acre would have maintained careful accounts of every transaction, spices purchased from Muslim traders who had brought them from even further east, cloth and manufactured goods brought from Europe to sell in the markets of the Crusader states and beyond, all recorded in careful ledgers using early forms of accounting that would eventually develop into the double-entry bookkeeping systems that Italian merchants pioneered during this general period. Picture a Venetian merchant's warehouse near the harbor, its interior organized with the practical efficiency of a business that depended on knowing exactly what goods were on hand and exactly what they had cost. Sacks of pepper and cinnamon stacked alongside bolts of fine cloth, casks of wine ready for shipment, the whole space smelling of this accumulated inventory, spice and cloth, and the ever-present tang of the nearby sea. A clerk, perhaps a young man apprenticed to the merchant family that owned this warehouse, would spend his days recording transactions, checking inventory against ships' manifests, learning the practical skills of a trade that required equal parts mathematical precision and genuine understanding of the personalities and reputations of the various trading partners, Christian and Muslim alike, that his firm did business with. This merchant class occupied a genuinely interesting position within the broader story we have been telling tonight, because their interests did not always align neatly with the religious and political rhetoric that dominated crusading culture more broadly. Trade required stability, required functioning relationships with Muslim trading partners, regardless of the state of religious warfare happening elsewhere. And Italian merchants had, over decades, developed genuinely pragmatic working relationships with counterparts throughout the Islamic world. Relationships that continued, in various forms, even during periods of active military conflict between crusading and Muslim forces elsewhere in the region. This pragmatism, I think, offers another quiet thread connecting to the larger themes of tonight's story. Just as Frederick and al-Kamil found practical reasons to prefer negotiated peace over costly warfare, the merchant communities of Acre and other crusader cities had long since discovered that practical commercial relationships, built on mutual benefit rather than religious ideology, could persist and even flourish alongside, and sometimes despite, the official state of war or peace between the larger political powers involved. Money, as it turns out, has always found ways to cross the boundaries that ideology insists should remain firmly closed. Let us allow ourselves now to settle into the final portion of tonight's journey, drawing together everything we have imagined and considered, and letting the story ease gently toward its close. The turning of the seasons. I want you to imagine now how the passage of time itself was marked in this world, because it differed so much from the way most of us experience the turning of a year to life. Throughout the Crusader states and the Ayyubid territories moved according to the rhythms of agriculture and religious observance, far more than according to any abstract calendar. In the Mediterranean climate of this region, the agricultural year followed a pattern shaped by winter rains and summer drought, quite different from the pattern familiar to many of the European settlers who had originally come from regions with more even rainfall throughout the year. Autumn brought the planting of wheat and barley, time to catch the winter rains that would nurture the young crops through the cooler months. Spring brought the harvest of these same grains, along with the blossoming of the olive trees and grapevines that formed such an essential part of the region's agricultural output. Summer, hot and dry, was the season for harvesting olives and grapes, and for the careful, labor-intensive work of pressing oil and producing wine that would sustain households through the following year. Picture a farming family somewhere in the hill country between Acre and Jerusalem during the years of peace that followed Frederick's treaty, moving through this annual cycle with the kind of practiced, generational knowledge that had been passed down through countless previous harvests. There would have been an entire vocabulary of small signs and observations that shaped their decisions. The particular quality of the autumn light that signaled the right time for planting, the behavior of local birds that hinted at coming weather changes, knowledge accumulated over generations and passed down through direct observation and oral instruction rather than any written agricultural manual. Religious festivals, too, marked the passage of time in ways that gave shape and meaning to the year for both Christian and Muslim communities throughout the region. For Christian residents of the Crusader states, the liturgical calendar, with its cycle of feasts and fasts, Christmas and Easter chief among them, but supplemented by numerous saints' days and local observances, provided a rhythm of celebration and reflection that structured community life throughout the year. Easter, in particular, held special significance in Jerusalem itself, drawing pilgrims from across the Christian world to witness ceremonies at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre that were understood to carry unique spiritual power precisely because of their location at the traditional site of the resurrection itself. For the Muslim communities throughout the region, the lunar Islamic calendar shaped a different but equally significant rhythm of religious observance, the month of Ramadan bringing its period of daytime fasting followed by communal breaking of the fast each evening, a practice that created its own distinct rhythms of daily life, quieter days perhaps, followed by more animated evening gatherings, as families and communities came together to share meals after the day's fast had ended. The two major festivals of Eid al-Fitr, marking the end of Ramadan, and Eid al-Adha, associated with the pilgrimage to Mecca, brought their own periods of celebration, feasting, and communal gathering that punctuated the broader agricultural and religious calendar throughout the year. I want you to imagine, for a moment, how these two different religious calendars, Christian and Muslim, would have overlapped and interwoven throughout any given year in this religiously mixed region. Christian festivals proceeding according to their fixed solar calendar dates, Muslim festivals shifting gradually earlier each year according to the lunar calendar's slightly shorter year, so that over the course of a lifetime, a Muslim festival might eventually fall during any season at all, sometimes coinciding with Christian celebrations, sometimes falling during entirely different seasons. This created a genuinely complex and layered rhythm of religious time throughout the region, one that both communities navigated with the kind of practical, everyday familiarity that comes from living alongside neighbors of a different faith for generation after generation. Let us also spend a moment considering the simple, physical experience of the changing seasons in this particular landscape, because it shaped daily comfort and daily routine in ways that mattered enormously to ordinary people, regardless of their faith or their position in the broader political story we have been following tonight. Summer in this region brought genuinely intense heat, particularly in the lower elevations near the coast, and daily life adjusted accordingly, with the hottest hours of early afternoon often reserved for rest, activity resuming again in the cooler hours of late afternoon and evening. Winter, by contrast, brought a surprising chill, particularly in the hill country around Jerusalem, which sits at a considerable elevation and can experience genuinely cold nights, occasional frost, and even in some years a light dusting of snow, a detail that surprises many people who imagine the entire region as uniformly hot and desert-like throughout the year. I want you to imagine, then, a winter evening in Jerusalem itself, sometime during the years of peace following the treaty, the air carrying a genuine chill that would have required households to gather closer around whatever fire or heating source they had available, woolen garments layered for warmth. The particular quality of cold stone floors and walls in buildings that had been designed, in many cases, more with an eye toward keeping cool during the intense summer heat than toward retaining warmth during the occasional cold winter nights. There would have been something almost cozy in this seasonal contrast. Families gathered close around whatever warmth was available, the outside world dark and chilly, while inside, however modest the accommodations, a small circle of warmth and light provided its own quiet comfort against the winter night. Let us carry this image with us now, this small circle of warmth against the surrounding dark, as we begin to draw tonight's long journey toward its close. The hands that built the city I want you to imagine, for a while now, the stone masons, carpenters, and craftsmen whose patient labor had built and maintained the physical structures of Jerusalem long before Frederick and al-Kamil ever negotiated over who would control them. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre itself, the building at the very heart of so much of this story, had been rebuilt and expanded multiple times over the centuries by the time of Frederick's arrival, its current form largely shaped by construction undertaken by the Crusaders themselves following their initial capture of the city back in 1099. I want you to imagine the generations of stonemasons who had worked on this building over the decades, quarrying stone from the surrounding hills, a pale limestone that had been used for construction throughout this region since ancient times, shaping it with hand tools, chisels, and mallets into the blocks and columns and decorative elements that gave the building its particular character. Picture one such stonemason working sometime in the decades before Frederick's arrival, standing at a half-finished section of wall or column, carefully working a chisel against the stone, small chips falling away with each careful strike of his mallet, the rhythmic sound of metal against stone, a constant presence throughout the working day. This was slow, physically demanding work, requiring years of apprenticeship to master properly, the kind of skilled craft that produced buildings meant to stand for centuries, built by men who understood that their labor would likely outlast their own lives and quite possibly the lives of their children as well. The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, similarly, represented centuries of accumulated craftsmanship, their construction and ongoing maintenance requiring skilled artisans in stonework, tilework, and the particular decorative arts that characterized Islamic religious architecture throughout this period. The Dome of the Rock, in particular, was renowned even in this era for its extraordinary mosaic work, intricate geometric and floral patterns rendered in small pieces of colored glass and stone, an art form that required tremendous patience and skill to execute properly, craftsmen working piece by tiny piece to build up patterns that would catch and reflect light in ways that visitors described, even at the time, as genuinely awe-inspiring. I want you to imagine a craftsman working on the maintenance of these mosaics sometime during this period, perhaps repairing a small section that had been damaged by weather or simple age, carefully selecting pieces of colored glass or stone to match the surrounding pattern, working with the kind of meticulous attention that comes from genuine pride in one's craft. Regardless of whether anyone would ever specifically notice or remark upon this particular small repair among the building's much larger decorative scheme, there is something worth sitting with in this image: the anonymous, patient labor of craftsmen whose names history rarely records at all, but whose skilled hands quite literally built and maintained the sacred spaces that emperors and sultans fought and negotiated over for centuries. Let us also imagine, for a moment, the carpenters and other craftsmen who built the more ordinary structures throughout the Crusader states and the surrounding Muslim territories, the homes and shops and warehouses that made up the actual physical fabric of daily life for most people, buildings far less grand than the great religious structures we have been discussing, but no less essential to the ordinary functioning of these communities. The carpenter building a simple household door or a set of shutters to keep out both the summer heat and the occasional winter chill would have worked with tools that a modern carpenter might find surprisingly familiar: saws and planes and chisels, wood selected and seasoned according to accumulated practical knowledge about which types held up best against the particular climate and conditions of this region. I want you to imagine the smell of a carpenter's workshop during this period: sawdust and wood shavings accumulating on the floor, the particular scent of different wood types, cedar perhaps, imported from further north, or local olive wood, prized for certain uses despite its tendency to warp if not properly seasoned. There would have been an unhurried, methodical quality to this work, each piece cut and fitted by hand, checked and rechecked against its intended purpose, built to last for years or decades of ordinary use, in a world where replacing a poorly made item was a genuine cost that most households could not easily absorb. Let us sit with all of these craftsmen for a moment, the stonemasons and mosaic artists and carpenters, whose patient, skilled labor built and maintained the physical world within which all of the grand political drama of Frederick and al-Kamil's negotiations actually unfolded. Their names are almost entirely lost to us now, and yet their work, in many cases, has genuinely outlasted the empires and treaties we have spent so much of tonight discussing. Portions of these very buildings, shaped by their patient hands, continue to stand even now, in 2026, visited by pilgrims and tourists from around the world, a genuine physical thread connecting us directly back to this distant century, even as the political arrangements and religious controversies that shaped their own era have long since faded into the pages of history books. Let us begin now to draw our story toward its gentle close, gathering together everything we have imagined and considered tonight, and letting these threads settle quietly into place as we prepare together for sleep. What this story asks of us, let us sit for a while now with the larger question this story seems to raise, gently, without needing to arrive at any hard conclusion tonight. We have spent this long, slow evening moving between the grand political drama of emperors and sultans and the quiet, ordinary textures of daily life, the pilgrims and merchants and farmers and craftsmen whose existence continued regardless of which treaties were signed or which cities changed hands. I think there is something important in holding both of these scales of history in mind at once, the grand and the ordinary, because they illuminate each other in ways that neither can fully achieve alone. The Sixth Crusade matters in the grand historical sense because it demonstrates something that the broader crusading narrative often obscures, that peace, achieved through patient negotiation between parties willing to accept imperfect compromise, was always a genuine possibility throughout this entire era, not merely a modern invention that later, more enlightened generations discovered. Frederick and al-Kamil, two men shaped by their own particular circumstances and their own particular pragmatic calculations, found their way to a peaceful resolution that the broader crusading culture around them was not entirely prepared to celebrate or even fully understand. This tells us something worth remembering, I think, about how often the possibility of peace exists quietly alongside the louder, more dominant narratives of inevitable conflict, waiting for individuals with sufficient patience and sufficient willingness to compromise to actually reach for it. And yet, the ordinary, quiet history we have also spent so much time with tonight, the pilgrims and merchants and farmers and craftsmen, matters just as much, because it reminds us that the real measure of any political achievement, any treaty or peace agreement, lies not in its symbolic or theological significance, but in its practical effect on the daily lives of ordinary people. The 10 years of relative peace that Frederick's treaty provided mattered because it allowed a farmer to plant his fields with reasonable confidence, because it allowed a pilgrim to complete a lifelong dream of visiting Jerusalem with reduced risk, because it allowed a merchant to plan trade routes months in advance, because it allowed children to grow up, for at least a portion of their childhood, in a world somewhat less shaped by the constant threat of violence than their parents' childhoods had been. And I want you to sit with this thought as we drift toward sleep tonight. So often, when we tell stories about history, we focus almost entirely on the decisions of powerful individuals, kings and emperors and sultans, as though history were simply the story of what these few people chose to do. But the actual substance of history, the genuine texture of what it felt like to be alive in any particular century, lies in the accumulated ordinary experiences of countless people whose names we will never know, whose daily routines and small comforts and quiet hardships made up the vast majority of human experience during this period, just as they do now, in our own time. Frederick's Crusade offers us a rare and genuinely instructive example precisely because it shows us how these two scales of history intersect and depend upon each other. The patient diplomacy conducted in tents between an emperor and a sultan's representatives mattered, in the end, because of what it made possible for the ordinary pilgrim, the ordinary merchant, the ordinary farmer, whose lives we have spent so much of tonight imagining together. Grand political achievements, however impressive on their own terms, ultimately find their true meaning and their true value in the quiet, accumulated texture of ordinary daily life that they either protect or endanger. Let us also sit for a moment with the specific quality of patience that both Frederick and al-Kamil demonstrated throughout this entire episode, because I think this patience offers something genuinely worth carrying with us into our own lives, so many centuries removed from their particular circumstances. Neither man rushed toward a resolution. Neither man insisted on total victory at the expense of a workable compromise. Both were willing to absorb criticism from their own communities, willing to accept an outcome that satisfied neither side completely, because they recognized that this imperfect outcome served the genuine practical interests of the people they were responsible for far better than continued conflict would have. This kind of patience, I think, is genuinely difficult to practice, both in the 13th century and in our own time. It requires a willingness to disappoint people who want a cleaner, more satisfying victory. It requires trust that a slower, more careful process will ultimately produce better results than a faster, more dramatic one. It requires, perhaps most difficultly of all, a genuine humility about the limits of one's own certainty, a recognition that the other party in a negotiation, however different their beliefs or their background, might have entirely legitimate reasons for the positions they hold, reasons worth understanding and accommodating rather than simply overwhelming through force. Let us carry this quiet lesson with us now as we continue drifting towards sleep, the patient, unglamorous work of two very different men from two very different worlds, finding their way toward a peace that history would remember 800 years later as something genuinely remarkable, even if their own contemporaries did not always recognize it as such. The Wayside Inn on the Jerusalem road let us imagine, now, one more ordinary scene from this world. A wayside inn or caravanserai somewhere along the road connecting the coast to Jerusalem. The kind of modest establishment that travelers of every background, pilgrims and merchants and soldiers and officials, would have relied upon during the multi-day journey between these 2 points. I want you to picture this inn as evening approaches, travelers arriving in small groups throughout the late afternoon, dusty from the road, grateful for the prospect of rest before continuing their journey the following morning. The building itself would have been simple but sturdy, built around a central courtyard where animals, horses, mules, perhaps a camel or two belonging to merchants traveling with larger caravans, could be tied and watered, their presence adding the particular mixed smell of animal sweat and dust and hay to the general atmosphere of the place. Picture the innkeeper, a man who had likely run this same establishment for years, perhaps inherited from his father before him, greeting arriving travelers with the practiced efficiency of someone who has seen every type of traveler pass through his doors, weary pilgrims overwhelmed by the strangeness and significance of their journey, hardened merchants concerned primarily with the security of their goods, soldiers moving between postings. The officials carrying messages between Acre and Jerusalem during the very negotiations we discussed earlier tonight. This innkeeper would have needed to be equally comfortable serving all of these different travelers, adjusting his manner and his hospitality to whatever the situation required. I want you to imagine the interior of the main room where travelers gathered for their evening meal, a large hearth providing both warmth and the means for cooking, simple benches or cushions arranged for seating, the flickering light of oil lamps supplementing whatever daylight remained as evening settled in. The meal itself would have been modest but filling: bread, perhaps a simple stew of lentils or vegetables, maybe some preserved meat if the inn's supplies allowed, washed down with wine or, for those observing Muslim dietary customs, water or perhaps a beverage made from dried fruit steeped in water, a refreshing alternative that avoided both alcohol and the risks sometimes associated with untreated water. There would have been conversation during this evening meal, travelers from different backgrounds and different destinations sharing news and stories, a genuine exchange of information that, in an era before any kind of formal news distribution, served as one of the primary ways that word of distant events actually spread from place to place. A merchant recently arrived from Damascus might share news of the political situation there, relevant to the very succession disputes we discussed earlier as part of the broader context surrounding Frederick and al-Kamil's negotiations. A pilgrim recently returned from Jerusalem might describe the wonder of finally seeing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in person, details that other travelers, planning to make the same journey themselves in the coming days, would have listened to with genuine interest and anticipation. I want you to imagine the particular atmosphere of trust and mutual accommodation that such an inn required, travelers of different faiths and different backgrounds sharing the same physical space, the same hearth, sometimes even the same table, bound together by the practical necessities of travel in a world where alternatives, sleeping unprotected along the roadside, facing whatever dangers the night might bring, were considerably less appealing. This kind of practical, everyday coexistence, I think, offers another quiet counterpoint to the more dramatic narrative of religious conflict that so often dominates our understanding of this era. Ordinary people, going about their ordinary business of travel and trade and pilgrimage, found ways to share space and resources with people of different faiths and backgrounds, because the practical business of daily life required it, regardless of what larger political or religious conflicts might be unfolding elsewhere. As the evening deepened and travelers gradually retired to whatever sleeping arrangements the inn provided, simple pallets or mats arranged in shared sleeping quarters, perhaps separated somewhat by gender or social status, depending on the specific customs of the establishment. I want you to imagine the particular quality of silence that would have settled over this wayside inn as the night deepened, the sounds of the day's activity gradually fading. The occasional shift and snort of the animals in the courtyard, the crackle of the hearth's dying embers, the soft breathing of travelers finally succumbing to the exhaustion of the day's journey. Let us hold onto this image for a moment, this simple wayside inn, filled with travelers of different faiths and different purposes, all finding shelter and rest together beneath the same roof, before we continue our own journey toward the end of tonight's story. Healers and remedies, I want you to imagine, too, the medical knowledge and practices available to people throughout this period, because illness and injury were constant companions in medieval life, and the ways people understood and treated them tell us something important about the daily texture of this world. Medical knowledge in the Islamic world during this period was, by most measures, considerably more advanced and more systematically organized than in much of contemporary Christian Europe, building on centuries of accumulated scholarship that had preserved and expanded upon ancient Greek and Roman medical texts, combined with genuine original contributions from Islamic physicians and scholars. Cairo, during al-Kamil's reign, maintained hospitals that provided a level of organized medical care that would have seemed remarkable to visitors from much of contemporary Europe, staffed by physicians trained through formal study, treating patients according to systematic understanding of illness that, while very different from modern medical science, represented a genuinely sophisticated body of accumulated knowledge and practice. I want you to imagine a physician working in one of these hospitals, moving through a ward of patients each morning, examining symptoms, consulting written texts that documented the accumulated wisdom of generations of prior physicians, prescribing treatments that might include specific herbal remedies, dietary adjustments, or other interventions based on the prevailing medical theories of the time, which generally understood illness in terms of balancing bodily humors. A framework inherited from ancient Greek medicine, but developed further by Islamic scholars over the preceding centuries. Picture the physical space of such a hospital, courtyards perhaps arranged around a central garden where medicinal herbs were cultivated, the air carrying the scent of these herbs, alongside the more difficult smells inevitably present in any place where sick and injured people gathered for treatment. Patients would have been housed according to the nature of their illness, with some hospitals maintaining specific arrangements for different conditions, and the overall atmosphere, while certainly still touched by the genuine suffering that illness brings, would have reflected a serious, systematic institutional effort to provide organized care rather than leaving the sick and injured entirely to the informal care of family members alone. In the Crusader states, medical care drew on a combination of European traditions, brought by settlers from their homelands, and increasing exposure to the more sophisticated Islamic medical knowledge available throughout the region, exposure that occurred through the same kind of practical, everyday contact we have discussed throughout tonight's story, trade, diplomacy. and simple proximity, gradually transmitting knowledge and practice across the religious and political boundaries that divided the region in other respects. The military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, maintained their own medical facilities to care for sick and wounded members, the Hospitallers in particular having been founded originally with a specific mission of caring for pilgrims, and the sick, a mission that predated their later development into a significant military force. I want you to imagine a wounded soldier or an ill pilgrim being brought to one of these facilities, cared for by brothers of the order whose vows included this specific commitment to charitable medical care, treatment that might involve herbal remedies, basic wound care, and the simple comfort of rest and shelter, all provided according to a genuine religious commitment to charity that existed alongside, and sometimes in tension with, the more militant aspects of these same organizations' broader purpose and identity. Let us reflect for a moment on how differently illness and injury were understood and experienced in this period compared to our own. A world without antibiotics, without any real understanding of germs or infection in the modern sense, where a relatively minor wound could become genuinely life-threatening through infection, where illnesses we now consider easily treatable could claim lives with a frequency that is difficult for those of us living now, with the benefits of modern medicine, to fully appreciate. And yet, within the limits of their understanding, the physicians and healers of this period, particularly within the more sophisticated Islamic medical tradition, brought genuine skill, genuine systematic knowledge, and genuine compassion to the care of the sick and injured throughout this region, doing the best they could with the tools and understanding available to them, just as physicians and healers in every era of human history have done. Let us carry this thought gently with us now, as we continue our slow drift toward the conclusion of tonight's story, and consider, finally, how this entire episode has been remembered and understood by the many generations that followed. The long afterlife of a treaty, let us consider now how this story has traveled forward through the centuries since it happened, because the way later generations remembered and interpreted Frederick's crusade tells us something interesting about how historical memory itself changes over time. In the centuries immediately following Frederick's death, his reputation remained deeply contested, shaped largely by the hostile portrayals that emerged from his ongoing conflicts with the papacy. Church chroniclers, writing in the aftermath of his repeated excommunications, often portrayed him in deeply unflattering terms, sometimes suggesting he harbored secret sympathies for Islam or questioning his genuine Christian faith altogether, accusations that reflected the bitter political conflicts of his own era more than any careful historical assessment of his actual beliefs or motivations. This hostile portrayal persisted in various forms for a considerable period, coloring how Frederick and his unusual crusade were remembered by subsequent generations of European historians and chroniclers. It was not really until the modern era, as historians developed more sophisticated methods for evaluating medieval sources and began approaching figures like Frederick with greater critical distance from the specific religious and political disputes of his own time, that a more nuanced picture began to emerge. 19th and 20th century historians, working with a wider range of surviving documents and a genuine scholarly interest in understanding Frederick's court and his intellectual achievements on their own terms, gradually developed a much richer and more balanced understanding of his reign, one that could appreciate both his genuine achievements in negotiation and governance and the legitimate criticisms that contemporaries had raised about his methods and his character. I want you to imagine a historian, sometime in the 19th century, working through archives of medieval correspondence and chronicle accounts, gradually piecing together a picture of Frederick that differed considerably from the simplified, largely hostile portrayal that had dominated earlier centuries. This work of historical reconstruction, painstaking and detailed, conducted in libraries and archives far removed from the actual events themselves, represents its own kind of patient labor, not unlike the patient diplomatic labor that produced the original treaty, or the patient craftsmanship that built the buildings we discussed earlier tonight. Historical understanding itself, it turns out, is built slowly and carefully, layer by layer, correction by correction, over generations of careful scholarly work. The Treaty of Jaffa itself has come to occupy a particular place in modern discussions of the Crusades, often cited by historians and commentators interested in exploring the more complicated, less purely militaristic dimensions of this broader historical period. It offers a genuinely useful counterexample to the popular imagination that sometimes reduces the entire crusading era to a simple narrative of unending religious warfare between two civilizations with nothing in common and no possibility of peaceful coexistence. The reality, as we have spent this entire evening exploring together, was always considerably more complicated, filled with genuine moments of negotiation, exchange, and even friendship between individuals who happened to belong to different faiths, existing alongside, and sometimes in direct tension with, the genuine violence and conflict that also characterized much of this era. I think it is worth sitting with this complexity for a moment, because it offers a useful corrective to some of the simplified narratives that continue to circulate in our own time, narratives that sometimes present historical relationships between different civilizations and different faiths as uniformly hostile, or alternatively, in an opposite oversimplification, as uniformly harmonious. The actual historical record, as we have seen throughout tonight's story, resists both of these simplifications. Frederick and al-Kamil achieved a genuine, meaningful peace through patient negotiation, and this peace mattered enormously to the ordinary people whose lives it touched. And yet this same peace existed within a broader context of ongoing conflict, deep religious and cultural tension, and eventual renewed warfare that neither man could fully prevent or control. This complexity, I think, is actually the more comforting lesson to draw from tonight's story, if we allow ourselves to sit with it properly. History rarely offers us the clean, simple narratives that make for satisfying stories, whether those narratives emphasize inevitable conflict or idealized harmony. Instead, history offers us something more genuinely human, individuals making difficult, pragmatic choices within circumstances they did not fully control, achieving imperfect but genuinely valuable outcomes that mattered to the people who lived through them, even when those outcomes were eventually undone by forces beyond anyone's ability to predict or prevent. Let us hold this complexity gently as we drift now toward the final portion of tonight's journey, imagining, for just a little while longer, what remains of this story in the physical world today, in 2026, so many centuries after Frederick and al-Kamil first began their patient correspondence across the waters of the Mediterranean. A quiet walk through the old city today. I want you to imagine now, walking through the old city of Jerusalem as it exists today, in the summer of 2026, layered with the accumulated history of nearly 3,000 years of continuous habitation. The events we have spent tonight discussing forming just one relatively brief chapter within this much longer, much more complicated story. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre still stands, though its current form reflects centuries of subsequent renovation and reconstruction beyond what existed during Frederick's own visit, damaged by fire and earthquake at various points over the centuries. Rebuilt and restored by successive generations of caretakers, representing multiple different Christian traditions who share responsibility for maintaining this sacred site under an intricate and sometimes contentious set of arrangements that has itself evolved considerably since the 13th century. Pilgrims and tourists from around the world continue to visit this building today, walking the same worn stone floors, standing in many of the same spaces that our imagined pilgrim from the 1230s once stood in, drawn by the same deep well of religious significance that has attracted visitors to this particular site for nearly 2,000 years now. The Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, similarly, continue to stand on the Temple Mount, their golden domes still visible from a considerable distance, still catching the morning and evening light in the way it must have caught Frederick's own attention as he approached the city all those centuries ago. The mosaic work that impressed visitors even in the 13th century has been maintained and restored across the generations since, continuing to serve as one of the most significant sites of Islamic architecture and religious practice anywhere in the world. I want you to imagine walking through the narrow streets of the old city today, streets that in many cases follow paths established long before Frederick's era, layered now with shops selling goods to modern tourists, alongside those serving the daily needs of the city's current residents. The particular mixture of languages and cultures that characterized this city in the 13th century, still present in some form today. Though shaped now by entirely different political and historical circumstances than those that governed Frederick and al-Kamil's own negotiations. The city remains, as it has been for centuries, a place of profound significance to multiple faiths simultaneously, a place where the kind of careful, deliberate coexistence that the Treaty of Jaffa once attempted to establish continues to be negotiated in various forms by each subsequent generation that calls this remarkable city home. Let us sit with this continuity for a moment, this sense that the physical spaces we have spent tonight imagining, the church, the mosque, the narrow streets, the surrounding hill country with its ancient olive terraces, continue to exist today, still visited, still maintained, still carrying forward the accumulated weight of everything that has happened within and around them across the centuries. There is something quietly comforting, I think, in this physical continuity, a reminder that even as political arrangements rise and fall, as treaties are signed and eventually undone, as empires expand and contract, the actual physical world, the stones and hills and ancient trees, persists, carrying forward a kind of patient, quiet memory that outlasts any single human lifetime or any single political arrangement. Let us allow ourselves now to rest in this thought, this image of ancient stones still standing, ancient olive trees still bearing fruit, ancient streets still carrying the footsteps of pilgrims and residents alike, as we begin, finally, to draw tonight's long, slow journey to its gentle close. The stars above two empires before we settle fully into our closing thoughts tonight, I want to offer you one more quiet image, because I think it captures something essential about the shared humanity that connected every single person we have discussed tonight, regardless of which side of any particular conflict or negotiation they happened to stand on. I want you to imagine the night sky as it would have appeared over this entire region during the years we have been discussing, the same night sky stretching from Sicily, where Frederick spent his childhood, across the Mediterranean waters his fleet crossed, over Acre and Jerusalem and the hill country between them, all the way to Cairo where al-Kamil governed his empire. This was, remember, an era before any significant light pollution existed anywhere in the world, and the night sky in every one of these locations would have displayed a depth and clarity of stars that most of us watching this tonight, living in our own brightly lit modern world, will likely never experience ourselves. Both Frederick and the scholars of al-Kamil's court shared a genuine, serious interest in astronomy, and this shared intellectual passion connected them, in its own quiet way, just as much as their diplomatic negotiations did. Islamic astronomers during this period had developed remarkably sophisticated understanding of celestial movements, building instruments like the astrolabe that allowed for precise measurement of star positions, and had practical applications for navigation, timekeeping, and the calculation of prayer times according to the position of the sun. Frederick's own court maintained genuine interest in these same questions, corresponding with scholars throughout the Mediterranean world about astronomical observations and theories. I want you to imagine a scholar in Cairo, perhaps someone connected to al-Kamil's own court, standing on a rooftop terrace on a clear night, using a carefully constructed astrolabe to measure the position of a particular star, recording these observations meticulously, contributing in his own small way to a much larger, generations-long project of understanding the movements of the heavens. And I want you to imagine, at roughly the same moment, though we cannot know this with any certainty, a scholar in Frederick's own court in Sicily, perhaps engaged in exactly the same kind of careful observation, the same patient recording of celestial positions, both of them looking up at fundamentally the same sky, separated by considerable distance and by the different political and religious identities that shaped their daily lives, but united by this same quiet, impatient curiosity about the universe above them. This image, I think, offers a kind of final, gentle reminder of everything we have discussed tonight. However complicated and contested the political relationship between Frederick's empire and al-Kamil's sultanate remained throughout their negotiations, both men and the scholars and ordinary people who populated their respective courts and territories shared this same fundamental human experience, looking up at the same stars, wondering about the same mysteries, seeking understanding through the same patient, careful methods of observation and reflection. Let us hold this image gently now, this shared night sky stretching over every place and every person we have discussed tonight, the pilgrims and merchants and farmers and scholars and rulers, all of them in their own way, looking up at the same stars we can still see today, if we find ourselves somewhere dark enough and quiet enough to notice them, connecting us across all these centuries through this same simple, universal human experience of wonder at the vastness of the sky above us. Gathering the threads, let us take one final, slow walk back through everything we have imagined together tonight, gathering these threads gently before we let them go entirely and drift into sleep. We began with a boy in Palermo, learning patience through the careful art of falconry, growing up in a court where 3 languages and 3 faiths mixed together in the ordinary business of daily life. We watched him marry a young queen he barely knew, acquiring through that marriage a claim to a city he had never seen. We sat with him through years of delay, through an excommunication that followed a failed departure, through the strange decision to sail anyway, excommunicated, toward a war that his own pope actively worked against. We crossed the Mediterranean with his fleet, imagining the cramped holds, the salted meat and hardened bread, the long, quiet nights beneath a sky dense with stars. We stepped ashore at Acre, into a city that received its own emperor with hesitation rather than celebration. We traveled south to Cairo and sat with al-Kamil, a sultan far more concerned with his own brother's ambitions in Damascus than with any crusading fleet from Italy, a man who had already once offered Jerusalem in exchange for peace, years before Frederick ever arrived. We watched the slow, patient work of diplomacy unfold, letters carried by messengers across dusty roads, an emir named Fakhr ad-Din building a genuine friendship with the emperor he was supposed to be negotiating against. We walked through Jerusalem itself in these quiet years, its walls torn down, its population a careful mixture of faiths, an old caretaker sweeping the same courtyard morning after morning regardless of which ruler claimed the city. We read through the careful terms of the Treaty of Jaffa, the shared sovereignty over the Temple Mount, the 10-year truce, the corridor of protected land connecting Jerusalem to the coast. We stood with Frederick inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre as he crowned himself, because no priest would do it for him, a triumph shadowed by genuine isolation. We watched him leave Acre to jeers and throne refuse rather than gratitude. We sat with the decade of peace that followed, the pilgrims finally completing lifelong journeys, the merchants trading with new confidence, the farmers planting fields without fear, the children growing up knowing a countryside gentler than the one their parents had known. We watched that peace eventually unravel, not through any failure of the original agreement, but through the distant, uncontrollable ripples of the Mongol expansion, arriving finally as the Khwarezmian sack of Jerusalem in 1244. We followed Frederick through his remaining years, his ongoing conflicts with the papacy, his genuine scholarly passions, his eventual death still excommunicated, a man history would take centuries to fully and fairly understand. We sat with al-Kamil's own legacy, his patronage of learning, his death in 1238, the parallel wisdom that connected these two very different rulers across the boundary of faith that was supposed to separate them entirely. And throughout all of this, we returned again and again to the ordinary people whose lives this grand political story actually touched, the women managing households and estates, the children playing in narrow streets, the craftsmen shaping stone and wood and mosaic tile, the innkeepers hosting travelers of every faith beneath the same roof, the physicians and healers doing their patient best with the knowledge available to them. The merchants whose ledgers and warehouses connected two worlds regardless of what their rulers decided about war and peace. Let us hold all of these threads gently now together as we prepare to let them go and to rest. The road between two cities let us take one more slow journey together tonight, retracing in careful detail the road that connected Acre to Jerusalem, the very corridor of land that the Treaty of Jaffa specifically protected, because walking this route slowly, step by step, offers us a chance to simply rest in landscape and sensation for a while, before we finally close our eyes. I want you to imagine setting out from Acre in the cool hours just after dawn. The city's harbor sounds gradually fading behind you as the road turns inland, climbing gradually away from the coastal plain. The morning air here would have carried a particular freshness, the last of the night's coolness mixing with the salt smell of the sea, gradually giving way as the road climbed further from the coast to the drier, dustier air of the inland hill country. The first stretch of this journey passed through relatively flat coastal farmland, fields of wheat and barley depending on the season, the rows of olive trees that seemed to appear everywhere throughout this landscape, their silvery leaves catching the early morning light in a way that gave the whole countryside a particular soft, muted shimmer. Farmers would already be at work in these fields during the growing season, their figures small and distant against the wide agricultural landscape, and the road itself, a simple dirt track worn smooth by centuries of travel, would carry occasional other travelers, a farmer leading a loaded donkey toward a local market, perhaps a small group of pilgrims moving at their own unhurried pace, or a mounted messenger passing more quickly, dust rising briefly behind his horse before settling again. As the road continued inland, the landscape gradually began to change, flat coastal plain giving way to rolling hills, the vegetation shifting to include more of the hardy scrub and terraced hillsides that characterized this transitional zone between the coast and the higher elevation of Jerusalem itself. I want you to imagine the particular quality of midday light in this hill country, intense and bright, casting sharp shadows beneath any available shade. A small grove of trees near a spring perhaps providing welcome relief for travelers pausing to rest during the hottest hours before continuing their journey. Water sources along this route would have been carefully known and remembered by regular travelers, springs and wells marking the practical rhythm of the journey, each stopping point offering not just water but often some small settlement or wayside shelter, much like the inn we imagined earlier tonight, where travelers could rest, exchange news, and prepare for the next stretch of the journey ahead. I want you to imagine the sound of water at one such spring, a gentle trickle emerging from rock, collecting in a simple stone basin that generations of travelers had maintained and relied upon, the sound itself a small, welcome relief after hours of walking through the dry, dusty hill country. As the road climbed higher still, approaching the elevation of Jerusalem itself, the landscape would have opened into wider views, the terraced hillsides stretching away in every direction, each terrace supporting its own small orchard of olive or fruit trees, the accumulated labor of countless generations who had built these stone retaining walls, one by one, to create workable agricultural land on hillsides that would otherwise have been too steep for cultivation. I want you to imagine looking out over this landscape from some high point along the road, the late afternoon light beginning to soften and warm as the day progressed, the terraced hills stretching toward the horizon in every direction, dotted here and there with small villages, their simple stone buildings blending almost seamlessly into the surrounding landscape. The final approach to Jerusalem itself would have brought a particular kind of anticipation, especially for pilgrims making this journey for the first time, the road curving through one final stretch of hills before the city itself finally became visible, its rooftops and the golden Dome of the Rock catching the light in a way that must have felt, after days of travel, like the culmination of an enormous and deeply meaningful undertaking. I want you to imagine the particular emotional weight of this moment, whatever your own faith or purpose in making this journey, the simple, overwhelming fact of finally seeing, with your own eyes, a place that had existed until that moment only in stories and imagination and long-anticipated hope. Let us rest here for a moment at this final overlook before Jerusalem, the road stretching down and then up again toward the city itself, the late afternoon light casting long shadows across the terraced hills, the quiet, patient landscape that had witnessed the passage of pilgrims and merchants and soldiers and messengers for centuries beyond counting, indifferent to the particular political dramas of any given decade, simply continuing to exist, terrace and olive tree and dusty road. It's exactly as it had for generations before and would for generations afterward. Fakhr ad-Din, the friend across the divide. Before we close tonight's story entirely, I want to return once more to Fakhr ad-Din, the emir who negotiated so much of the actual treaty on al-Kamil's behalf, because his particular story offers one of the gentlest and most human threads running through this entire episode. Fakhr ad-Din came from a family with a long tradition of service to the Ayyubid rulers, and by the time of the negotiations with Frederick, he had already established himself as a trusted and capable diplomat, someone whose earlier travels had included time spent at various courts throughout the region, building the kind of broad familiarity with different rulers and different customs that made him particularly well-suited to the delicate work of negotiating with a Christian emperor. I want you to imagine Fakhr ad-Din's own daily habits during the extended negotiations with Frederick, a man balancing the serious diplomatic responsibility placed upon him by al-Kamil with what appears, from surviving accounts, to have been a genuine personal warmth and curiosity toward Frederick himself. Contemporary sources describe conversations between the two men that extended well beyond the strict business of treaty negotiations, discussions of philosophy, of the natural sciences, of the particular customs and curiosities of each other's respective courts, conversations that suggest a genuine intellectual and personal rapport, rather than merely the practiced courtesy that diplomatic necessity might have required. Picture an afternoon during this extended period of negotiation, Frederick and Fakhr ad-Din perhaps sharing a meal together, seated on cushions in the manner more familiar to Fakhr ad-Din's own tradition, a manner that Frederick, given his cosmopolitan upbringing, would likely have found perfectly comfortable rather than strange. Servants would have brought dishes reflecting a blend of culinary traditions, and the conversation, moving between the practical business of the treaty and broader intellectual curiosities, would have unfolded slowly, without urgency, in the manner that genuine diplomatic trust requires time and patience to develop. There is a particular detail mentioned in some accounts of this period, describing how Frederick, upon hearing the Islamic call to prayer during one of these visits, reportedly asked that servants or attendants who might have been inclined to disrupt or object to the practice out of religious sensitivity be instructed to allow it to proceed without interference, a small gesture, if the account is accurate. That suggests a genuine respect for the religious practices of the very sultan and advisors he was negotiating with, rather than the more common assumption of religious superiority that characterized so much of the broader crusading culture surrounding him. I want you to sit with this small human detail for a moment, because it captures something genuinely important about why this particular negotiation succeeded where so many others, conducted with less mutual respect and less genuine curiosity about the other side's perspective, had failed. Fakhr ad-Din and Frederick did not simply tolerate each other as a diplomatic necessity. They appear, from the surviving evidence, to have genuinely enjoyed each other's company, to have found real intellectual and personal connection across a divide that their respective societies generally treated as absolute and unbridgeable. This friendship, however limited by the formal diplomatic roles both men occupied, offers perhaps the most quietly hopeful thread running through this entire story. Two men shaped by entirely different religious traditions, entirely different cultural backgrounds, entirely different political systems, found in each other genuine intellectual companionship and mutual respect. And this personal connection, in its own quiet way, likely made the larger diplomatic achievement of the Treaty of Jaffa considerably more possible than it might otherwise have been. Trust between individuals, it turns out, can sometimes accomplish what abstract political calculation alone cannot quite manage. Let us carry this image of friendship across an unlikely divide gently with us now, as we finally, at last, allow tonight's long story to draw to its close. A son who never saw his inheritance. Let us pause for a quiet moment to consider Conrad, the son born to Frederick and the young Queen Isabella, whose brief marriage we discussed near the very beginning of tonight's story, because his life offers one more thread of quiet melancholy running beneath this entire tale. Isabella, remember, died shortly after giving birth to Conrad, likely from complications of childbirth, a tragically common outcome in this era, regardless of a woman's rank or resources. Conrad inherited, through his mother's bloodline, the actual title of King of Jerusalem, a title that his father Frederick had governed largely in Conrad's name during the years following the treaty, since Conrad himself was still a young child throughout this entire period we have been discussing tonight. I want you to imagine Conrad growing up far away from the Holy Land entirely, raised within his father's court in Sicily and southern Italy, absorbing the same kind of cosmopolitan, intellectually curious atmosphere that had shaped Frederick's own childhood, yet never actually traveling to see the kingdom that technically bore his name, the city of Jerusalem itself that his father's careful diplomacy had returned to Christian hands. Conrad would go on to live a life consumed largely by the complicated political struggles of his father's empire, the ongoing conflicts with the papacy, the challenges of maintaining authority across Frederick's sprawling and often fractious territories, and he died relatively young in 1254, without ever setting foot in the kingdom of Jerusalem that was, in name at least, his own. There is something quietly poignant in this detail, I think, a kind of gentle sadness worth sitting with for just a moment before we let it go. The entire elaborate structure of marriage, diplomacy, and treaty negotiation that occupied so much of Frederick's attention and produced such a remarkable historical achievement ultimately passed its most direct legacy to a son who never personally experienced the place at the center of the whole story, whose own life was consumed by entirely different concerns, closer to home. In the complicated politics of Sicily and southern Italy that Frederick's descendants would continue struggling with for years after his death, this is, perhaps, simply how history so often works. The grand achievements of one generation become abstract inheritances for the next, titles and legal claims passed down through bloodlines, disconnected from the lived, immediate experience that gave those achievements their original meaning. Conrad held the title King of Jerusalem, yet the actual city, the actual patient diplomacy that had restored it to Christian hands, remained for him something distant and abstract, a piece of his formal inheritance rather than a place he had ever walked through himself, breathing its particular air, standing before the church of the Holy Sepulchre the way his father once had. Let us hold this quiet thread for a moment, this reminder that even the most remarkable historical achievements eventually become, for the generations that inherit them, simply another abstract fact among many, disconnected from the immediate lived texture that made them meaningful in the first place. And yet, I think, this does not diminish what Frederick and al-Kamil actually accomplished during those specific years we have spent tonight exploring together. The decade of peace mattered, genuinely and completely, to the people who lived through it, regardless of how distant or abstract it eventually became for their own descendants. Let us turn now, gently, toward our final closing thoughts as we prepare together to let this long story finally rest. Lessons carried forward quietly I want to offer. Now, one final set of reflections, gentle ones, about what this particular story might quietly offer us, so many centuries later, as we sit here together in 2026, so very far removed from the specific circumstances that shaped Frederick and al-Kamil's remarkable negotiation. We live now in a world facing its own share of seemingly intractable conflicts, disputes that sometimes feel, from within our own particular moment, just as permanent and unresolvable as the broader crusading conflict must have felt to the people living through it in the 13th century. And yet the story we have spent tonight exploring reminds us, gently, that even conflicts that seem entirely defined by absolute religious and cultural opposition sometimes contain, quietly, the seeds of genuine negotiated peace, waiting for individuals willing to approach the situation with sufficient patience, sufficient pragmatism, and sufficient genuine curiosity about the perspective of the other side. I want you to sit with the particular combination of qualities that made Frederick and al-Kamil's negotiation possible, because I think these qualities remain genuinely relevant regardless of the specific historical moment or the specific conflict being addressed. Both men possessed a kind of intellectual humility, a willingness to recognize that their own position, however strongly held, was not the only legitimate perspective available. Both men prioritized practical outcomes over symbolic total victory, understanding that an imperfect peace, achieved through compromise, often serves people's genuine interests better than a costly, uncertain continuation of conflict in pursuit of a more complete but far less certain triumph. And both men demonstrated genuine patience, understanding that meaningful negotiation takes time, that rushing toward a resolution often produces worse outcomes than allowing a careful, deliberate process to unfold at its own necessary pace. These qualities, patience, pragmatism, intellectual humility, genuine curiosity about perspectives different from one's own, are not, I think, qualities that belong exclusively to the 13th century or to matters of grand geopolitical negotiation between emperors and sultans. They are qualities that apply just as genuinely to the smaller, more personal negotiations and disagreements that fill our own ordinary lives, the disagreements with family members or colleagues or neighbors that, on a much smaller scale, present many of the same basic choices that Frederick and al-Kamil faced, the choice between insisting on total victory or accepting a workable compromise, the choice between rushing toward resolution or allowing sufficient patience for genuine understanding to develop. Let us sit with this thought gently, without any pressure to apply it too directly or too immediately to our own particular circumstances. Sometimes the value of a story like this lies simply in offering us a quiet example, held at a comfortable historical distance, of how genuine peace can emerge even from circumstances that seem, from within their own moment, entirely defined by permanent and unresolvable conflict. We do not need to draw any grand conclusions tonight. We simply need to let this example rest quietly in our minds, available to us, perhaps in some small way, the next time we find ourselves facing our own version of a difficult negotiation, our own moment of deciding between insisting on total victory or accepting the patient, unglamorous work of genuine compromise. Let us begin now, finally, to let this entire story settle into stillness as we prepare together for sleep. One ordinary day, seen from many windows before we close our eyes tonight, I want to offer you one final, extended scene, gathering together many of the different lives we have imagined throughout this evening into a single ordinary day, somewhere in the middle of that decade of peace that followed the Treaty of Jaffa. Let us move slowly through this day together, from window to window, from life to life, letting each scene settle before we move gently to the next. Picture first the very earliest hour before dawn, the sky just beginning to lighten from black to the deepest blue, somewhere along the coast near Acre. A fisherman is already awake, moving quietly through his small home so as not to wake his sleeping children, pulling on a simple woolen tunic against the pre-dawn chill, making his way down toward the harbor where his small boat waits, tied alongside dozens of others belonging to men doing exactly the same thing at exactly this same hour. The air carries the particular cool dampness of very early morning near the sea, and the only sounds are his own soft footsteps on the packed earth path, the gentle lapping of water against the hulls of the moored boats, and somewhere in the distance, the first tentative calls of seabirds beginning to stir. As this fisherman rows out beyond the harbor, the sky continuing to lighten behind him, let us shift our attention inland, to that same Wayside inn we visited earlier tonight, where travelers are beginning to stir in the growing light, the innkeeper already awake, tending to the hearth, preparing the simple morning meal that will fuel his guests for the day's onward journey. The merchant, having slept poorly on an unfamiliar pallet, rises with the particular stiffness of a body unused to travel, checking on his goods stored securely in the inn's courtyard, before joining the other travelers for a simple breakfast of bread and perhaps some dried fruit. Let us move further inland still, to the hill country between the coast and Jerusalem, where a farming family is already at work in their terraced fields, the early morning light casting long shadows across the rows of olive trees, a father and his eldest son moving methodically through the grove, checking the developing fruit, while back at their small stone house, a mother tends to a cooking fire, preparing the modest meal that will sustain the family through the morning's labor. Her younger children beginning to stir from sleep, their voices carrying the particular sleepy softness of children not yet fully awake. Now let us shift to Jerusalem itself, where the elderly caretaker we imagined earlier tonight is beginning his own morning routine on the Temple Mount, sweeping the courtyard around the Dome of the Rock with the same patient, unhurried care he has brought to this task for decades, the golden dome above him catching the very first direct rays of the rising sun, transforming from a dark silhouette into something genuinely luminous as the light strikes it directly. Nearby in the Christian quarter of the city, a small community of monks is gathering for their own morning prayers, their quiet chanting rising and falling in the cool morning air, the sound carrying, in these early hours before the city's daily bustle fully begins, across rooftops still touched with the last coolness of the night. Let us move now to Cairo, many days' journey to the south, where the sun has already risen higher in the sky, the particular intense clarity of Egyptian morning light illuminating the busy streets around the palace quarter. The scribe, the very kind of careful administrator we imagined earlier tonight, is already at his desk, reviewing correspondence that arrived overnight, preparing his own careful responses to be sent onward, his reed pen moving steadily across paper, the only sounds in his quiet workspace the soft scratch of pen against paper, and the distant, muffled sounds of the busy city beyond his window. And let us imagine, too, at this same hour, Frederick himself, wherever he happens to be during this particular period, perhaps in his own court back in Sicily by this point in our story, rising for the day, perhaps beginning his morning with a visit to his beloved aviary, checking on his falcons with the same patient attention he had brought to this pursuit since childhood, the birds themselves stirring in their enclosures, ruffling feathers, watching their keeper with the alert, intelligent gaze that had fascinated Frederick his entire life. As the day continues to unfold across all of these different locations, morning giving way to the busier hours of midday, let us imagine the fisherman returning to harbor with his modest catch, calling out prices to the gathering crowd of buyers, the transaction itself a small, ordinary negotiation of its own, conducted with the same practical give and take that characterized so much larger negotiations we discussed earlier tonight, just on a considerably smaller and more immediate scale. Let us imagine the travelers at the wayside in setting out once again on their onward journey, the merchant checking his goods one final time before departure, the innkeeper already turning his attention to preparing for whatever new travelers the evening might bring. Let us imagine the farming family pausing their labor during the hottest hours of midday, retreating to whatever shade their modest home provides, sharing a simple meal together, the children finally fully awake now, perhaps helping with small tasks appropriate to their age, the whole family resting together before the afternoon's work resumes as the day's heat begins to ease. Let us imagine the caretaker on the Temple Mount, his morning sweeping long since finished, now attending to some other small maintenance task, perhaps checking the oil lamps that will need to be lit again as evening approaches, moving through his day with the same patient, unhurried rhythm that had characterized his entire working life. Let us imagine the scribe in Cairo, his morning correspondence completed, perhaps now consulting with colleagues about some particular diplomatic matter, the ordinary collaborative texture of administrative work continuing much as it does in any bureaucracy, in any era, careful discussion and consultation before any final decision or communication is committed to paper. And let us imagine Frederick, his morning with the falcons complete, now turning his attention to the ordinary business of governance, perhaps reviewing reports from his officials, perhaps continuing correspondence with scholars on some philosophical question that had captured his curiosity, moving through his own day with the particular combination of intellectual curiosity and practical governance that characterized his entire reign. As evening finally approaches across all of these scattered locations, let us imagine the fisherman returning home to his family, sharing the evening meal together, the particular exhaustion of physical labor easing into the simple comfort of rest and family company. Let us imagine the travelers arriving at their next wayside stop, or perhaps, if their journey allowed, finally arriving at Jerusalem itself, the emotional culmination we discussed earlier tonight, tears and quiet prayer at finally seeing the city they had traveled so far to reach. Let us imagine the farming family gathering for their own evening meal, the day's labor complete, the children finally winding down towards sleep as the light fades outside their simple home. Let us imagine the caretaker on the Temple Mount lighting the evening lamps just as darkness begins to settle, the golden dome above him fading from its bright daytime luminescence into a darker, more subdued presence against the deepening evening sky. Let us imagine the scribe in Cairo finishing his day's work, perhaps walking home through streets now cooling from the day's intense heat, the particular relief of evening air after a day spent largely indoors with careful, demanding work. And let us imagine Frederick, in whatever court he currently occupied, perhaps enjoying an evening meal with scholars and advisors, conversation ranging across philosophy and politics and the natural sciences, candlelight flickering across the table as the discussion continued late into the evening. All of these lives, scattered across such considerable distance, connected only by the broader historical currents we have spent this entire evening exploring together, moved through this single ordinary day according to their own particular rhythms, their own particular concerns, mostly disconnected from the grand political drama of emperors and sultans that history would eventually remember most clearly from this period. And yet all of them, in their own way, benefited from or were shaped by the patient diplomatic work that Frederick and al-Kamil had accomplished, the decade of peace that made the fisherman's daily routine slightly more secure, that made the merchant's journey slightly safer, that made the pilgrim's long-anticipated arrival in Jerusalem finally possible, that allowed the farming family to work their terraced fields without the constant threat of conflict disrupting their labor. Let us hold all of these ordinary lives gently in our minds now, as we finally, at last, allow ourselves to rest. The weight and lightness of names, I want to sit with something small and quiet before we close tonight's story, something about names and memory, because it captures a feeling I think is worth carrying gently with us into sleep. Frederick and al-Kamil, the two men whose patient diplomacy formed the center of everything we have discussed tonight, are remembered by history, their names recorded in countless chronicles and later scholarly works, their decisions and negotiations preserved in enough surviving documentation that we can, even now, 8 centuries later, reconstruct a genuinely detailed picture of what they said to each other, what terms they negotiated, what personal rapport developed between them and their respective advisors. Fakhr ad-Din, too, is remembered, his particular role in the negotiations documented well enough that we can appreciate the genuine friendship that seems to have developed between him and Frederick. But so many of the other lives we have imagined together tonight exist for us only as composites, as reasonable historical reconstructions built from broader patterns of evidence rather than specific documented individuals. The fisherman, the farming family, the innkeeper, the caretaker on the Temple Mount, the scribe in Cairo, the stonemason working on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. None of these specific individuals left behind names that survived for us to remember tonight. We know from broader historical evidence that people very much like them existed, living very much the kinds of lives we have imagined, but the particular details, their actual names, their specific individual stories are lost to us now, dissolved into the general texture of history rather than preserved as specific, documented lives. I want you to sit with this asymmetry for a moment, because I think it offers a gentle, useful perspective as we prepare for sleep tonight. The people whose names survive in history, the emperors and sultans and diplomats, represent only the smallest fraction of the actual human lives that filled this particular historical moment. For every Frederick or al-Kamil, whose name and decisions we can trace through careful historical research, there existed thousands upon thousands of ordinary people whose daily lives, whose small joys and small struggles, whose particular way of preparing a meal or tending a field or raising a child, mattered just as genuinely to the actual texture of this historical period, even though their names have long since faded entirely from any surviving record. This is, I think, simply true of every historical period, including our own. Most of us, living our ordinary lives right now, in 2026, will not be remembered by name centuries from now, the way Frederick and al-Kamil still are. And yet this does not make our own lives, our own daily routines and small joys and quiet struggles, any less genuinely significant or any less worth living fully and attentively. The vast majority of human experience across every century of history has always belonged to people whose names history does not preserve, and there is, I think, a kind of quiet comfort available to us in recognizing this, a recognition that meaning and value do not depend on being remembered by name, that an ordinary life, lived fully and attentively within its own particular circumstances, it carries genuine worth regardless of whether any future historian will ever know it existed at all. Let us carry this thought gently with us now, this quiet reminder that both the remembered and the forgotten lives filling tonight's story mattered equally in their own time to the people who actually lived them, as we finally allow ourselves to settle fully into rest. The chroniclers who watched it happen before we drift into our final good night, I want to spend a little more time with the actual writers who recorded these events as they happened, or shortly afterward, because their own particular perspectives shaped how this story first entered the historical record, and their differing accounts remind us how any single event can look entirely different depending on who is doing the watching. On the Muslim side, one of the most valuable chroniclers of this period was a scholar named Ibn Wasil, who wrote decades after the events themselves, but drew on earlier sources, and in some cases, on direct testimony from people who had witnessed the negotiations firsthand. Ibn Wasil's account of the treaty reflects the genuine ambivalence that many Muslim observers felt about al-Kamil's decision, acknowledging the practical wisdom of the Sultan's choice, while also recording the very real grief and anger that many Muslims felt at surrendering a city so deeply significant to their faith. His writing captures both registers at once, a careful, almost reluctant admiration for the diplomatic achievement, sitting alongside genuine sorrow at what had been given up to achieve it. I want you to imagine Ibn Wasil himself, working perhaps decades after the actual events, sitting in his own study surrounded by earlier accounts and letters, piecing together a narrative from sources that sometimes disagreed with each other, weighing the credibility of different testimonies, making the careful editorial choices that every historian in every era must make when constructing a coherent account from scattered and sometimes contradictory evidence. This work, though separated from the actual events by considerable time, represents its own kind of patient labor, not unlike the diplomatic patience we have discussed so much tonight, or the physical patience of the stonemasons and craftsmen whose work we considered earlier. On the Christian side, various chroniclers recorded Frederick's crusade with their own particular biases and perspectives, some more sympathetic to Frederick, recognizing the genuine practical achievement of recovering Jerusalem without costly warfare, others considerably more hostile, shaped by loyalty to the papal position and deep discomfort with the entire manner in which Frederick had achieved his goal. A chronicler writing from within the Crusader states itself, closer to the actual events and perhaps more attuned to the practical benefits that ordinary residents experienced from the resulting peace, might have offered yet another perspective, less concerned with the theological questions that occupied clergy back in Europe, more attentive to the immediate, tangible benefits of reduced conflict and restored access to Jerusalem's holy sites. I want you to imagine for a moment how strange and disorienting it might feel to encounter these different accounts side by side, each one describing the same underlying events, the same treaty, the same coronation, yet framing them so differently according to the particular perspective and loyalties of whoever happened to be writing. This is, I think, simply an honest reflection of how history actually works, how any significant event generates multiple, sometimes contradictory narratives, each shaped by the particular vantage point and particular concerns of whoever is doing the recording, and how the work of later historians involves the patient, careful task of weighing these different accounts against each other, searching for the underlying reality that all of these different narrators were, in their own way, attempting to describe. Let us sit with this complexity gently, one final time tonight, before we let all of these competing voices settle quietly into the background and allow ourselves finally to rest. A longer night in Jerusalem. Let us return, one more time, to Jerusalem itself, and imagine a full night passing within its walls, or rather within the space where its walls once stood during those years of fragile peace, because I think there is something genuinely soothing in walking slowly through the hours of a single quiet night, from dusk until dawn, before we finally close our own eyes. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, the golden light catching the dome of the rock in that particular way we have described more than once tonight, the ordinary business of the day begins to wind down throughout the city. Merchants in the small markets begin packing away their goods, calling final prices to any last customers before closing their stalls for the evening. The elderly caretaker we have returned to so many times tonight makes his way once more through the courtyards of the Temple Mount, lighting the lamps that will burn through the coming hours of darkness, his movements unhurried, practiced, the same careful routine he has performed for so many years that his hands likely know the task without needing conscious thought to guide them. In the Christian quarter, the small community maintaining the Church of the Holy Sepulchre prepares for evening prayers, candles being lit throughout the building's dim interior, the particular scent of beeswax and incense filling the space as the last of the daylight fades from the small windows high above. The pilgrims who have spent the day visiting various sites throughout the city begin making their way back to whatever modest lodging they have arranged, tired from a day of walking and standing, and the particular emotional weight of visiting places that carry such profound significance for their faith. As full darkness settles over the city, the sounds shift accordingly, the daytime bustle of commerce and conversation giving way to quieter, more scattered sounds, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, the soft murmur of a family's evening conversation drifting from an open window, the occasional footsteps of someone still making their way home through the darkening streets. I want you to imagine the particular quality of darkness in this city during this period, without any of the artificial lighting that fills our own modern nights, the darkness genuinely deep and complete except for the small pools of candlelight or oil lamp light spilling from windows and doorways, and above it all, that same dense, star-filled sky we discussed earlier tonight, stretching over the city exactly as it stretched over Cairo and Sicily, and every other place we have visited together this evening. In the deepest hours of the night, the city would have settled into genuine quiet, most residents asleep, the caretaker on the Temple Mount perhaps making one final round to check that all the lamps remain properly lit, his footsteps the only sound echoing across the otherwise silent courtyards. Night watchmen in various parts of the city would have maintained their own quiet vigil, moving through the streets at intervals, their presence a small reassurance of order and security during these darkest, quietest hours. Though in this particular period of relative peace, their duties would have involved considerably less genuine danger or urgency than in the more turbulent decades that had come before, or that would eventually come again after the treaty's fragile arrangement finally unraveled. As the first hints of dawn begin to lighten the eastern sky, the whole slow cycle we have followed throughout this entire evening begins to stir once more, the call to prayer rising from the direction of the mosque, church bells beginning their own more modest chiming from within the Christian quarter, the caretaker beginning his morning routine of sweeping the courtyard just as he had the morning before, and would again the morning after that, and the morning after that. This same patient rhythm continuing through all the years of peace that the treaty provided, and indeed continuing in some form through all the centuries since, this same city waking and sleeping and waking again, regardless of whatever political arrangements happened to govern it during any particular stretch of its impossibly long history. Let us hold this image now, this quiet rhythm of a single night passing over Jerusalem, dusk into darkness into dawn, the same rhythm that has repeated itself across this ancient city for thousands of years, long before Frederick and al-Kamil ever negotiated their treaty, and long after their particular arrangement eventually gave way to whatever came next. There is something deeply calming, I think, in this kind of patient, cyclical continuity, a reminder that beneath all of the dramatic political events we have spent tonight exploring, this simple, unchanging rhythm of night following night has continued, quietly and reliably, through every single century of this city's long and complicated history. Let this same rhythm carry you now, gently, toward your own rest tonight. Good night, and so, friend, we have reached the end of tonight's long, slow journey together. We traveled from a boy learning patience with a falcon on his wrist, through a wedding conducted for reasons that had little to do with love, through years of delay and an excommunication that shadowed everything that followed. We crossed the Mediterranean in the crowded, creaking hold of a 13th century ship and stepped ashore into a city Acre that greeted its own emperor with hesitation rather than celebration. We traveled south to Cairo and came to understand a sultan whose deepest worries had almost nothing to do with Christian armies at all, and everything to do with his own brother, his own family, his own fragile claim to an empire held together more by careful balance than by any single unshakable authority. We watched two men, shaped by entirely different worlds, find in each other something worth trusting, worth the patient work of careful letters carried across dusty roads, worth years of careful, unhurried negotiation. We stood quietly in Jerusalem itself during those years, its walls torn down, its population a careful mixture of faiths, an old man sweeping a courtyard every morning regardless of which political power claimed to rule the city that day. We read through the careful terms of a treaty that gave neither side everything it wanted, and precisely because of that, gave both sides something they could genuinely live with. We watched a strange, lonely coronation unfold inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, an emperor crowning himself because no priest would do it for him. We watched him leave the Holy Land to jeers rather than gratitude, and we sat with a decade of fragile peace that mattered enormously to the ordinary people who lived through it, even though the wider world would eventually sweep that peace away through forces neither Frederick nor al-Kamil could have anticipated or controlled. We spent time, too, with the ordinary textures of this world, the candlelight and cold stone floors, the shared meals and communal bathhouses, the patient labor of stonemasons and scribes and farmers and physicians, the quiet friendship between an emperor and a sultan's emir that flourished across a divide their own societies insisted was absolute. We walked the long road between Acre and Jerusalem together, step by patient step, and we imagined a single ordinary day, seen through many different windows, scattered across the considerable distance that separated all of these different lives, and yet connected quietly by the same broader historical currents that we have spent this entire evening exploring. If you are still with me, friend, still awake enough to hear these final words, I want you to let all of it go now. Let the details settle. Let the names and dates and treaty terms drift gently away, and let yourself keep only the feeling underneath all of it, the quiet, patient sense that peace has always been possible, even in the most seemingly permanent conflicts, whenever two people or two peoples find enough patience and enough humility to seek it together. Let your breathing slow now. Let your shoulders soften against whatever surface is holding you. There is nothing more you need to do tonight, nothing more you need to remember, nothing more you need to understand. The story is finished and it will still be here, waiting quietly whenever you want to visit it again. Sleep well, friend. I will see you next time with another long, slow story to help carry you gently into rest. Good night.